Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here today. Happy Saturday. The weekend is here. Welcome in. Some Fields of Mistria here this morning. Welcome to the broadcast here today. Good morning. Morning, Epona. Welcome to the show. All right. Good morning. Welcome on in here. Okay. Welcome to the show today, everyone. Hope we're all feeling good. Happy Saturday. Play some Fields of Mistria here today. Hope everyone's feeling all right out there. Good morning. Red Museum. Coda Bear. Welcome to the show. Hope you're feeling all right today, Red. Welcome in here, Alto Girl, Random, Card Shark, E-Talker, Pratt. Welcome back. Kalika, Foe for All, Watsy Girl. Welcome in here. The Great Bambi. Good morning. Kai Bells. Ryan Perp, Perpetrator. Give love off to the other Tam, to the Tam Perp, the other Perp. Emma Floating Rupees, Quince 3, Kit Kat Calzone, Kai Bells, with a double hello, a dose of HD, Super. Good morning. Starbow's Break, welcome to the show as well. Welcome in. What's up, Cherokee? Hey. Happy Saturday. I'll play some Fields of Mistria here this morning. Pretty excited to continue our journey. We just started fall in this game, or summer rather. Okay. Beard's doing okay things. Yo, feel better soon, Red Museum. What's up, Homemade Alien? Today's my baby shower. Yo, congratulations, dude. And good luck at the baby shower. What up, Casino Roy? Welcome to the broadcast as well. Fell asleep after 1 GP. Ain't that the way it goes, though? Ain't that the way it goes? Good morning, Dazabound. Good morning, Cozyology. G-Ski. Little Budum. Welcome to the broadcast. And thank you, Cozy, for the first sub of the day, gifting a subscription over to Homemade Alien. Bringing them in and badging them up. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Hope everyone had a good Friday night. For those that were not able to join in, we did stream some Mario Kart World for a good handful of hours. It was fun. It was fun. It was good. Had a good time while doing it. Had a good time while playing it. Guess that's all that matters, huh? It was chill. Hello, Quelf. Good morning. Thanks for hanging out. Lurk if you can lurk. Always appreciated. Of course, never expected. Thank you sincerely for thinking of me today. Good morning, Tam Perk. Welcome to the show. Dual Master D, welcome in here. Good to see you. Some coffee grounds in here from the kitchen. Oops. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Some coffee ground spillage this morning. Yeah, last night was fun, dude. Mario Kart World's a blast. That game's too much fun, man. Yo, enjoy the YouTube lurks, and thanks for tuning in today. Olive Garden. It was fun gaming with y'all yesterday. If you did make it last night, thank you for hanging out and tuning in. It was a lot of fun, and I look forward to the next time we can play some kart on stream. No, I did not watch Happy Gilmore 2. I'll get there eventually. Eventually, we'll sit down, catch ourselves some Gilmore. Of the happy variety. Not sure about them girls. All right, let's jump over. Let's play some Mistria. All right. Last where we left our new farm here. Last where I left our new farm here, 6:20 a.m., summer the 17th. And we're making some good progress in this game here. Dang it, wrong button every time. All right, I don't know what we're doing with this. I think we're gonna have to make a new chest is what's happening here. Some monster wings. Yeah, we're for sure gonna have to make a new chest here. I don't feel like thinking that hard this morning. That stuff's going to the museum. Thank you very much, Ann, for 16. How you doing, Ann? What's up, man? Thank you for that 16-month primer. Appreciate you. What is this? Transparent jellyfish. All right, we got a bunch of stuff for the museum. I think the last thing we did was like a mining run, huh? Yeah, last thing we did was like a mining run. While we have all this stuff. How dare past me not clear his inventory? How dare he, dude? All right, some random forageables. Say good morning to my cat. Sick. All right, inventory's cleared. Ow. Dude, I forget how poppin' the soundtrack is, dude. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you. Appreciate you, Ann. I hope you're doing well today, man. Good morning. G-Ski, you're enjoying Tales of the Fan, or Tales of... I'm going to do that so much. Tales of the Fandom, Tales of the Shire. Get this out of here. So you're enjoying Tales of the Shire, though, dude? Yeah, it's fun, man. It's fun for sure. What's up, JD? Good morning. Welcome to the show. Good to see you. Good morning, Lone Blonde Wolf. Hey, Mahogany Chica. Variant Hex. All right, let me fix my inventory. I swear I keep doing this. It's so bad. I don't exactly know how I had this set up. This was for sure here. I guess this goes here, I guess. Tamothy? What? Good morning, Tamothy. Just tired? I hope you're well. Yeah, things are good, dude. Things are definitely good. All right, let's go ahead and do our morning watering. Oh, that's how you throw stuff. That's how you switch. Okay. All right. This game gives DS vibes. Yeah, for sure. This game's a whole vibe. 100% a whole freaking vibe. Do 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 do. Yo, what up, Pineapple? Perfect mix between Stardew and Littlewood. All right. I love that you don't have to worry about filling up the watering can. That's like a super old school thing in farming sims that I do like, but it's super nice to play one that doesn't force me to fill up the watering can. Like it's like I totally appreciate old farm sims that do make me do that, but it's nice to not have to. All right, let's go take care of our animals this morning. Oh, we left them outside. Oopsies. Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at us. I'm sorry, chickadoos. Yo, get Stratocaster's in the house. Guess who's at work again? Getting that overtime. Get it, my dude. Can we break this? We can't. Get it, my dude. I hope you're doing all right today. Yo, good morning, Sadie. All right, now to remember what we were doing in the game. Let's go drop this stuff off to the museum and forage, because that's like the easiest way to get back into one of these types of games. Just go around foraging. We have $1,000. I think we're waiting to buy a barn. And then we have a quest we were doing, right? Yes. We need $3,000 to finish this quest. Copper, stone, and wood. Then we just have regular requests that we've been working on. I'm sure we can do some of this stuff. Yeah, like we can go grab a monster fang from our chest. I think we have a pike. What's up, David? Yeah, let's go grab this pike real quick. I think we have a monster fang in here. Do 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 do. 3 chicken eggs is kind of a lot. I don't have a ton. 3 monster powder is a lot. I only have 3. I'm gonna save my stuff. Ultimate feed, wild grapes, catfish. I think I have some wild grapes laying around. What's up, Asir? Hey, dude. It was good having you come in for some races yesterday, dude. That ish was fun. I woke up thinking about that moment where I belligerently was like, what the F? Like, I rarely let that come out of me as a creator. Usually, if I drop an F-bomb, it's very much on purpose. Like, very much on purpose. That was just complete mayhem. I just was so pissed off that I hit that stupid sign, dude. It was so funny. Yeah, a lot of fun for sure. All right, I don't know who I'm dropping off some of these quests to. So I need to give this one to Hemlock. This one's going to Lewis. I don't even know who that is. He must be a... What? Yeah, who's Lewis? He must be like a traveling merchant guy. And then Ulrich. Yeah, so we don't want to do his quest. He must be a traveling merchant. So what quest was that? The Monster Fang. Let's put the Monster Fang back. We'll do that later. And then who wants the grapes? Yeah, Hemlock and Ulrich. All right, let's go. Yo, Meg Petrowski.
Happy to spend my Twitch days here. H Day love.
Sup, dude? Thanks, man. Thanks for 34. Good to see you, Meg. Guess we'll grab ourselves some forageables on the way. Funny way to start my day. Had lunch while playing with all of you. Went to work. Now I'm settling into bed. Aw. That's cool, actually. I like that. Glad you had a good time playing with us, dude. Good morning, Random Reject. Good to see you, homie. David's in the house. Teeny Giraffe's checking in. Oh, we'll take that. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Okay, take a stop over here at the museum and drop all this junk off. I really do love the swimming and the diving in this game. It's such a beautiful addition to a genre that already has like a lot of really cool stuff going on. To be able to jump around and swim is so cool. All right, nice. All that stuff's donated. We can go ahead and fill up our inventory a little bit more, and then let's go find Hemlock and Ulrich. We're going to the mall today. Sick. A little bit of mall ratting. We like that, dude. Yeah, there is some Pokemon Game Boy vibes. This game's like a blend of like Generation 3 Pokemon, which was Game Boy Advance, and like A Link to the Past, a teeny bit of A Link to the Past. Nah, not visually. A Link to the Past gameplay wise. So this game's like a blend of like Pokemon Game Boy Advanced with Stardew Valley. And like a little hint of... And like a little hint of Littlewood. I guess I could have checked the map before I assumed that they were home. I don't know where Ulrich is. I guess he's down here. Dun, dun, dun. Do, 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 do. That's March. Okay, Ulrich's in here. Whoa, thanks, Link. This pike is one tough looking fish. Yeah, whatever, dude. Just give me the money, punk. What up, 10 Lobster? Good morning, dude. Buddy. Some grindeds, buddy. I traveled all over Aldaria in my youth, and I can tell you that that Mistria easily has the best grapes. Cool. Just give me the money, and no one gets hurt. Do 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 do. Yeah, Sailor Moon is the first one that comes to mind, and then I think you can even go broader, and you can say just like that, like 80s, like what is Sailor Moon like? Late 80s, early 90s? Just like kind of Japanese like media style, art style, because there's a couple movies that have a similar art style to Sailor Moon as well, from that same era. It's just that era of like 80s anime flicks, like especially like mid to late 80s anime flicks, just in general, like just across the board. I think that art style was like similar. There was like some energy there. Sailor Moon's the first one that comes to mind for sure. Yo, what's up, Altanor? Good to see you, man. Celebrated my 38th birthday yesterday. Trampoline park with my kiddo and dinner with my wife. Funny how celebrations change over the years. What's up, Altanor, man? Happy birthday, dude. What the heck, man? You didn't let us know? We didn't celebrate in the chat? You didn't let us embarrass you? No, man. Happy birthday, bud. I hope you had a good birthday. Request for chili peppers. Accepted. All right, nice. Let's go take all this stuff home. How much inventory space do we have? We could maybe grab a couple more forageables on the way home. Let's just grab a couple fish. Sure. Yeah, happy birthday, Altanor, dude. Hope you had a good time. No singing for me. Hey, not everybody gets the singing treatment, all right? It just depends on what mood I'm in. 70s to 90s anime art style. Right. Like, would you agree with that? Like, because I know Sailor Moon's the first one that comes to mind, but I can't help but think of like Akira. And like just some of the art style around that time in general. I didn't want to go back as far as 70s because I wasn't sure. But I knew 80s for sure. Like there's some old anime movies and stuff around that era. And I feel like this game kind of captures that. I feel like the Sailor Moon is obvious though, for sure. Definitely not challenging that or anything weird. But I was like thinking about it the other night about how it honestly, it's just, if you go back and just check out some of the old like anime movies from that era, there's a very, very specific art style that's so cool. Like, I can't remember the name of the one that I watched not too long ago, actually. It was this really interesting movie I sat down and watched about like, it's been so long, I really just can't even describe it. I think it was something to do with like there was like this kid who wanted to be a part of like some kind of like special like military project, but then like the government like backed off of the idea, and like I really wish I remembered it. It was such a cool movie. Dude, some of those old animated flicks have some of the coolest like writing and plots. It's really interesting stuff, man. Again, Akira is like an obvious one to point out too, but like, man, there's some really cool movies out there that happened during that like 80s. Just like, I guess there was just like a lot of animated movies coming out during that era. Yeah, super cool stuff. Where it's not just like, you know, it's almost, it's not even like over the top, like what people think of when they think of anime, right? It's like nothing even like that. It's like they're truly just using animation as a medium to tell like a really, really rich story. And I really like that. I really appreciate it. Sometimes I appreciate it more when it's grounded, because, you know, as much as I love big mech suits and stuff, like I enjoy that vibe. I kind of like when it's more of a grounded kind of thing. drop this stuff off. All right, we have like a little bit of time. We can maybe go do some more foraging. Why don't we just go ahead and clean up our farm and cut some trees down and stuff. Clean up around here. So a lot of times where I'll see some of my favorite old anime stuff, check out the Tsunami reboot. Check out the Tsunami reboot, all right? It's called Tsunami Aftermath, and they actually have like a full blown out schedule and everything, right? Like they actually have like a full blown out like schedule and everything and like a guide, and like they actually like do like a TV guide, and they do like anime nights and stuff. And you'll find some really cool stuff like airing here. Like they like really cool stuff. Like they'll do like anime movie nights and everything, and you can kind of dig through their schedule, and you can see like here's the schedule right here. So like, you know, right now it's airing Animaniacs, and Freakazoid. You know, I some classics, right? Dude, I be chilling on this website so often to get a taste of old stuff, but like right here, Gisaraki, Gaio Gaigar, like Giant Robot Hour, Neon Genesis Evangelion, you know, classics, right? And then Tsunami After 8, Celebrity Deathmatch, right? Like, dude, sometimes they have the sickest stuff on here. Every Saturday they do Interstellar 5555, which if you've never seen Interstellar, which is just a whole movie, like it's a whole Daft Punk album, but it's like a movie, and they don't speak a single word of dialogue. They literally, the whole movie's just a Daft Punk album. And it's really interesting, but it's like there's a movie that gets told in a story, but it's all through music, and there's not a single piece of dialogue spoken. Like, not really. Yeah, check this out. Like, if you're looking for a way to watch like old anime and stuff, this website is literally perfect. It's littered. There's so much good stuff that gets aired here all the time, dude. And you'll even catch me in the chats and stuff occasionally. Yeah, it's called Tsunami Aftermath. Yeah, it's really nice. However, it's like old TV, so you don't really have control over what you're watching. And a lot of people get uncomfortable with that. Yeah, it's like old TV. You literally have to just like tune in and just hope that what you want to watch is on. Or you have to schedule your life around what they decide to watch. And like in 2025, like, dude, ain't no one doing that. You know what I mean? Like, you literally have to be like, okay, Dragon Ball Z comes on at 5 p.m. every day. I have to make sure that I don't have anything going on at 5 p.m. And I kid you not, I have ended streams before 5 p.m. so I could go to Tsunami Aftermath and watch Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon. I've had days where I was like, I could keep streaming, but I really want to watch this episode of Dragon Ball Z. So I got to just end the show a little early today. Yeah, because like Tsunami Aftermath, man, like I can't, it's not like I can just go stream it on a live service. Are you kidding me, dude? That's nowhere near as cool. When I watch Dragon Ball Z there, I'm watching it alongside people. It's super chill. Like we're all just hanging out in the chat. Oh, what's going on this episode of Dragon Ball Z? Like, I don't know. It's just a completely different experience. It's actually really cool. It's like hanging out on a big couch, watching cartoons with people. It's like you're just on a massive couch with like 20 people in a chat, and you're just like hanging out watching cartoons. It's honestly stuff that I would love to do on Twitch, but we just like can't quite get away with that kind of stuff on this platform. That's why we have websites like Tsunami Aftermath. You know what I mean? Like, because like we can't really get away with that. People do, but like I'm not willing to do that. So, you know. Pretty funny stuff. I do that, but don't we have a TV or streaming? But we don't have a TV or streaming stuff anymore. Yo, what's up, Faux for All? Good to see you, dude. I love watching things gradually. Yeah, same. And my favorite thing is not having to think about what to put on because I get paralyzed all the time by decisions. So for me, it's like the best when I'm just like, I want to watch something, but I don't know what I want to watch. You know what? Let's go see what's on Tsunami Aftermath. Oh my gosh, they're fighting Cell. Sick. And all of a sudden, I'm hooked for like 4 days watching the middle of the Cell saga. And then I just go back to living my life and I forget about the website for a month. You know, like it's just such a cool feeling to just be like, what's going on in here? Oh, sick. That's that one episode of Sailor Moon where the show really starts to get good. And then you just like sit and watch it for a little bit. Like, I don't know. It's just really nice, man. Do, 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 do. And then every once in a while you tune in and like it's playing something you don't like and you're just like, oh, frick. It'd be like that. Do, 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 do. All right, we can start selling tomatoes because we've stacked up 10. So tomatoes are getting sold. Let's go plant this cucumber over with my animals that I forgot about again last night. I am the worst animal owner in this game. It's actually brutal. I really need to stop forgetting about my animals. To be fair though, they still love me. They just love me way slower than they should. It's taking forever to increase their hearts because I keep forgetting. Dude, where's my other chicken at? The other homie's just lost. He's probably literally in the middle of my woods. Yep, here he is. Here you go, buddy. Grow big and strong, okay? Call PETA. What's up, Duvor Dwarf? Good morning, Spicy Sin Bun. Welcome to the show today, Fancy Mom. Good morning, everyone. All right, nice. We're close to being able to buy ourselves a barn, which means we got to clear up this space for a barn. So we're going to be putting the barn right here. Do, 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 do. And we do need to go lumberjacking again. Fill up our wood reserves big time. I honestly should be making my fences with stone because stone's so much easier to come by in this game. Like I have 828 stone, but I only have 387 wood. I probably should just commit to stone fences. Other chicken trying to escape to Hayden's farm. Yeah. Nice. You've been collecting Sailor Moon manga. I've been thinking about buying some manga. Every time I'm at a bookstore, I think about buying like Death Note or just like classic Dragon Ball Z. Did you get any excited about any games from the Partner Direct? Sure, Katamari. I saw that question earlier from Meg Petrowski as well. I'm excited to play Katamari. But there's a handful of games. The Elliot game, Katamari. I don't know, it's too early and I don't remember anymore. I think there was like 5 games that looked cool. Yeah, handful of games I liked. You can go watch my reaction on YouTube if you're interested. How do you throw items? Right trigger. But I'm playing on controller, so I don't know how do you do that with a mouse and a keyboard. I'm not sure. I just use the right trigger though. Do-do-do-do. I am playing on PC, yes. But I'm still using a controller. It's the G key. Thank you, Lizard Mafia.
Good morning, fam. Hope everyone is doing well. Been trying to get my life together and work on myself. Slowly but surely. Much love, my peeps. H-Day love.
Yo, shout outs to self-growth, dude. Take care of yourself. Be honest, but be gentle. Be kind. And good luck on your journey. Thank you for 61 months, dude. I'm doing all right. We're hanging in there. Yeah, there's a handful of things that looked interesting. The Elliot game, I think, is something I really want to play. The Katamari game, something I really want to play. You know, Hyrule Warriors, whatever. I already knew about it. However, they did reveal some secrets in the Hyrule Warriors trailer that alludes to some pretty cool stuff. So that's worth noting. Yeah, I literally complete brain dead moment. I have zero recollection of anything else I got excited about. I know there's at least 2 other things. All right, I can make myself a new tool. Honestly, the sword might be worth it. What's up, Dad, baby? Hylian is short-circuiting. No, I just don't have a list of all this stuff announced in front of me. You know, what is that? When did that direct happen? Thursday? Listen, man, it's already Saturday. What do you want from me? All right. Yeah, dude, Plants vs. Zombies looks cool. It's a new month with a new direct just around the corner. Yeah, I don't remember half that. Dude, directs are the worst for that. They just shovel, you know, 40, 50 games in front of you. It's so hard to remember everything that you see in one sitting. That's tough, dude. You're asking too much of me, man. Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies HD is cool. I'm actually pretty excited about that. I liked Plants vs. Zombies a lot. Yeah, Plants vs. Zombies was a game I played a ton of. What was here? Okay, that belongs in the museum. You belong in a museum. Drop this monster wing off. The artist for OG Plant vs. Zombie was complaining on Twitter that he wasn't asked to work on the HD version. I mean, that's super unfortunate when that kind of stuff happens, but what can you do, right? That's like one of those situations where it's like, do we know the full story? Was he maybe approached but like wasn't offered enough money, so he said no? I mean, if we take what he said for face value, it sounds like they just went somewhere else, right? That sucks. You would hope that the original artist is always approached. That's what you want as gamers, right? Send inside. That's what you hope. All right, let's go do some foraging at the beach. It's Aqua for sure. I mean, it was a long time ago. The studio for the remake probably just has other preferences now. Yeah, or like it's not even the same studio in that sense. You know what I mean? I bet you whoever originally published or made Plants vs. Zombies, that they probably don't even exist anymore. It's probably just like a bought and sold and resold company it's probably been purchased and resold 15 times. No, like nobody knows anything anymore. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like that's how that always goes, right? Yeah, so it kind of sucks for sure, though. Definitely not what you want to see. Good thing Plants vs. Zombies is the kind of game that, like, you know, we don't really care too much about the art style. No offense to the artists, but you know what I mean. It's like whatever. I don't really care what that game looks like. I just want to play tower defense. You know. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics is a game. That's the one that I was trying to remember. Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing the remake of Final Fantasy Tactics. That looks sick. Yeah, that looks fun. Dang it. Maybe I have something for the museum on me. Nope. All right, let's take this stuff home. Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics got announced. So yeah, definitely a handful of things I'm looking forward to checking out for sure. It'll be fun. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4 is supposed to come this year. I'm sure it'll be November. It'll probably be Pokemon October, Metroid Prime November, Age of Calamity Christmas, Age of Imprisonment Christmas. Or what could end up happening is there's some speculation now that what could happen instead is... So there's some speculation that what could happen instead is Age of Calamity goes to January. Age of Imprisonment goes to January.
Good morning, Hylian and folks. Thank you for your continued variety in streaming, always making us feel welcome in your channel. Appreciate you and this community vibe. H day clap H to Cheryl.
Yo, thank you, Dolore, for the tier 2 for 35 months, dude. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for sticking with me. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah, the speculation is, you know, maybe there's a timeline where Age of Imprisonment doesn't come out until January, and then that Metroid becomes the Christmas game. I don't know. There's like, people are just, you know, people like to speculate. So there's a bunch of speculation that what we think is going to happen could maybe not happen that way. Regardless, I think Metroid comes out November or December. That's my prediction. Safe prediction, mind you. We already have a release date for Pokemon, and Pokemon's totally going to be the Christmas game this year, even though it's coming out in October. That's their flagship Christmas game. Pokemon has always been a flagship Christmas game. So we got Pokemon in October. We got Metroid Prime in either November or December. So the only other two games to place would be Age of Imprisonment, which could very well be December because Zelda and Christmas go pretty well in hand. And if we use history, they did sell the last Age of, you know, Hyrule Warriors game in December. Interestingly enough, are they going to repeat history? And then we have Kirby Air Riders, which is also reported for 2025, yet we have not seen anything about it since it got announced. I think Kirby Air Riders might be sneaking into the schedule this September. I think we might get a Kirby Air Riders Direct. I heard that take and I couldn't agree more because Sakurai is such an important face to the Nintendo franchises. And I could really see Nintendo being like, go ahead and talk about your game, Sakurai, have your own Direct. And he could show up, he could talk about Kirby Air Riders, he could talk about his experience making it, and it would just be a big deal. It would make the game definitely more successful, right? Like, because Sakurai's just an actual important figure at this point. So that's my predictions, and some of that stuff I heard from like other people, and I'm kind of adapting their take. But yeah, I think Kirby Air Riders is probably September, if I had to guess. And I think Metroid's probably going to be November, if I had to guess, which means Zelda is December. That's my current like bold prediction on what we're going to see for these games. But who knows? We could literally just get something shadow dropped. Like they could do anything they want. We could see Metroid really soon, you know, who knows? They're certainly being weirdos. I feel like Nintendo's being super, super weird right now. I kind of hate it. I kind of hate how weird they're being. Just like not telling us anything. Switch 2 stuff is very skim right now. Weird stuff. Oh, I didn't mean to harvest that. Oh well. It's fine. We'll put this in here to feed these little dudes. We got our first hot peppers. No, not our first. Not our first peppers. Got the new Tales of the Shire game. I'm kind of liking it. Yeah, me too. Tales of the Shire is cool. Yeah, the game's fun. They just don't have enough to tell us yet, other than go buy Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong. Yeah, it's just weird. It's like, I think, who was I watching that worded it this way? And I think they honestly hit the nail on the head. The problem with Nintendo's secrecy right now, I don't remember who this was, but there was a very level-headed take. They weren't being rude at all or anything. And they were like, the problem right now is that people were looking forward to that Direct that we just got to help them better understand why they just spent $500,000 on a Switch 2. Because people are just, you know, there's a bunch of weird energy around Nintendo, and people are trying to like justify their purchase, and like other people are trying to tell us that our purchase was stupid. And while otherwise, you know, we're trying to like, we're all like internally trying to justify that we just spent this money, and then Nintendo shows up with a bunch of games that are 5 years old. Somebody's alarm went off outside. So like, it's just like, it's like rough. It's just rough because like there is like, in this very moment in time, there's a lot of people that are like trying to figure out like, okay, I just spent this money. Like, what's coming? And then they're looking around and it's just like, man, we just want some release dates. You know, like we just want some release dates. We just want to know what's around, what's on the horizon. What can we get excited about? We made this purchase. We committed to your new generation. We just want to know what we can look forward to. Yeah, like we want 2026 teasers. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we want to know what's going to happen next year. Can we know anything? Like can you throw us a bone? So it's not, you know, it's just weird. It's just like there's weird energy around it. You know, it's a little bit of like an expecty energy, which is always unhealthy, where you have a big group of people who are like expecting something from this company when you really shouldn't be doing that. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not, I'm not even saying that these like thoughts and stuff are like healthy. This is like a product of like people just building up expectations, and all the commentary around the Switch is just confusing. And Link, happy Friday. Will you be going to the inn tonight with your fellow townsfolk? And you can't blame people, right? Like, let me put yourself in the shoes of like potentially your average person. So they go and they buy the Switch. They're a dedicated Nintendo fan. First thing that happens, welcome in here, Glitch. Just real quick, let's do a thought experiment. Is a bunch of people tell you that you're wrong for buying it, but you brush them off. You load up Mario Kart World, you're having a blast. Then a bunch of people on the internet start telling you that Mario Kart World sucks, and you're like, okay, but you brush it off. Then a bunch of controversy hits the Switch. Game key cards, prices, the system actually is just a Switch 1, all this but you manage to brush it off, and you're like, okay, you know, I'm committing to my purchase. Then Donkey Kong comes out, and while you're having fun with Donkey Kong, then another controversy hits. This was a Switch 1 game, yada, 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 negativity, and you manage to brush it off. But at a certain point, it starts to wear you down. And then finally, Nintendo, you know, you're hearing these rumors about a Direct, and you're like, yeah, this makes sense. Maybe now Nintendo's finally going to really lock in. And then they show up with a Direct that's like kind of mid, maybe above average for a partner Direct. I'd say it was like an 8.59 out of 10. But for a regular Direct, it was kind of mid if you compare it to all Directs. And now you're just left sitting here going, wait a second. So what now? You know what I mean? Like, you've been worn down, you've been beat up, but you're like confident that this is going to be a dope generation. But every day that goes by, there's somebody else trying to like wear you down, social media. And then finally this Direct happens and you're like, yes. And then you get left with the feeling of, I still don't know why I bought this console. That's rough. That's a rough pill to swallow, to come out of the Nintendo Direct. And then you're still sitting here like, dude, what's happening, Nintendo? Like, you gotta, like, usually Nintendo swings back with like a hard hook. No matter how much bad press they get, they usually always swing back with like a hard left hook. Right? They lock in and they're like, this is why you bought, you stick to us. You know what I mean? And we haven't gotten hit with that hook yet.
They gave us a date on that a long time ago and let down a lot.
You know what I mean? Like usually Nintendo bounces back with like their fans by just giving their fans what they want. No matter how much bad press they get, they swing back real hard and they're like, they remind you why you're a fan. And we just have yet to get hit with that hook. Instead, we're just getting more negativity. We're just like we haven't yet got hit with the hook. We have yet to like get the redemption arc has yet to start. This current era of Nintendo, it's like we're like waiting for the redemption arc, and it's just like hasn't started yet. And we're just like, okay, like what's happening? Donkey Kong Bonanza was kind of the start of a redemption arc for a lot of people, I think, because the game was really good. But for a lot of people, Donkey Kong wasn't enough. And that's unfortunate because, you know, that's on those people. That's not on us. Like, the game is good. It's phenomenal. But for a lot of people, Donkey Kong just wasn't enough. Like, it's people want to know more. What's going on? Where's Metroid? When can we expect to buy these games? You know what I mean? And it's like, so what I'm explaining is I'm just explaining what the average person might be thinking. So when you're navigating the internet and you're wondering like, man, like, why are people pissed off and stuff? You have to realize, like, at a certain point, people are getting wore down by the social media. Dude, we can't all defend ourselves every single day against the constant barrage of like negativity. So people are starting to get worn down. And like, that's why you're starting to see more frustration in the Nintendo space. You know, it started off as just the haters, but now even like the Nintendo fans are starting to be like, okay, dude, what's happening? You know what I mean? Like, it started off, it was just haters. Then it was the jealous folk that didn't get one themselves or couldn't. But now it's like, now I'm starting to see the actual Nintendo fans starting to like wear down, and they're like, what's happening? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's a snowball effect. And eventually even like the diehards are kind of starting to question everything. You know what I mean? Like, it's tough. And that's why I'm wondering like when they're going to patch up the bleeding here. Like, I feel like they're gushing out and they're not patching it up. They're just kind of watching it ooze. And I'm like Nintendo, like, you might want to patch up the bleeding here. You might want to clot this up a little bit. Like, that's just my opinion from like a PR standpoint. You might want to blot it up a little bit, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's going on here? But they're silent. They're completely silent. And it's like, okay, guess we're gonna wait and see, you know? That's what I'm saying, Ryan Perp, right? So like your average fan feels that way and they're just sitting here like, okay. And then meanwhile, the next big game they announced is Drag X Drive, which again is just confirming the haters' commentary. The game looks like a tech demo. Should have been bundled in with the Switch too. And we're all just kind of like, dang, like the more time goes on, the more the haters are right. That's at least how we feel. Obviously they're not right, but like, it's hard to like ignore everything around us when we're sitting here like every day and we're just like, The craft time for all blacksmithing recipes will reduce by an additional 10 minutes. What am I doing here? Forager, chopping a tree will, yeah, we'll grab that, sure. Let's grab catch of the day as well. Cool. Yo, good morning, Amari Code. Yeah, I agree with you, dude. The average person wants 50 games when launching a new console, and that's what I was saying. Like, I think there's a problem. There's always a problem with expectations. Yeah, that's always a big part of the problem. It's like expectations get built up. People forget. We were just talking about that yesterday. Good morning for those of you that are just tuning in. Welcome to our show this Saturday morning. We're just chatting about the industry a little bit, nothing too negative. But we were talking about that last night, about how people forget about other game launches, like overnight. We were talking about how the PlayStation 5 released with like one game, and how the Switch 1 released with Breath of the Wild, 1-2 Switch, and nothing else. But everyone's like forgetting. Like, I said last night, if this was the Switch 1, 2 months in, right now, we would literally have nothing but Breath of the Wild and 5 other games. If you go back to 2017, I'm pretty sure at this very moment, all we would have 2 months into the Switch 1's life is Breath of the Wild. That's it. And 5 random third-party games. And like, that's it. Whereas like, at least in this generation, we already got Donkey Kong. We already got Mario Kart. We have the whole indie market at our fingertips to enjoy. We have third-party games coming out of the wazoo. Cyberpunk, Street Fighter. These are big bill games. But everyone is so focused on like what should be happening instead of like, you know, history has proven to us like console releases are always a slow burn. And it's like funny, like we kind of forget about that. It's like really goofy how if you just go back literally to the last Nintendo release, there was nothing. It was dry. I don't even remember. When did Mario Odyssey come out? Wasn't it like 6 months after the Switch 1? Didn't Odyssey release like 6 months into the life of the Switch 1? And all you had was Breath of the Wild. That was it. Like, that's insane. Like, we got Mario, we got Donkey Kong a month in. We basically got 2 release titles for this console because Donkey Kong was a month later. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. If you pause and think about it, really, people's expectations are definitely a little bit misconstrued. And, you know, we can't tell people how to feel, obviously. But I think if people were to pause and think about it, like, we're actually on a pretty good track here with the Switch 1. It just sucks because I'm just seeing people get burnt out. It's all social media, man. And like, I hate to kind of blame the elephant in the room, but I really do blame social media. And it's so funny. Like, that's so easy to blame that, but that's what's going on, dude. People are like too caught up on Twitter. They're too caught up. There's constant barrage of negativity. And then that starts to weigh us down. You have to ask yourself, if you were somebody here, and maybe I can't speak for everyone here, but let's say that you are a pretty diehard, level-headed Nintendo fan who takes things for what they are, who doesn't build expectations, just a regular guy, regular gal, regular non-binary. You have to admit that 2 months into the Switch 2 stuff starts to feel a little bit heavy. Like, yeah, like it starts to kind of weigh on you. If you're like, especially if you're like me, whose like job is on social media, it starts to weigh on you. The constant barrage, it starts to kind of weigh on you a little bit. Even if you are the most level-headed, just regular person who doesn't think about all that nonsense, you're just happy you got a new Nintendo console, it starts to slowly kind of just like seep in. And then you're just like, you can't help but kind of feel a little bit off about the whole thing. It's unfortunate. I don't need 50 titles on launch. I just need 1 title but to buy a console, as long as the title's strong. I bought the Switch only because of Breath of the Wild, and it was completely worth it. Right. Yeah, and that's usually how it goes. Exactly. Usually it's like one game that locks you in. Exactly. All right, can we do some crafting? We should probably just wait for the Dungeons and Dragons night to start. Let's just keep cutting trees down. I bought the PS5 just for Final Fantasy 16, right? So I don't know, but it's fun to commentate on, you know. Speaking of subscriptions,
Etc. is continuing the gift sub they got from Anonymous.
I want to say Slack RV, thank you for the 45 months, and thanks for jumping into the discussion, dude. And while I didn't necessarily comment on what you said, I did actually agree that maybe Metroid Prime Reshuffle has them scared. So I didn't get a chance to comment on that. If you're still out there, Slack, thank you, dude. But I actually agree with that. So they made a comment about the Metroid Prime Reshuffle and how maybe they're a little bit scared to give us full commitments now. And they want to do less early call outs to games and stuff, which I'm going to be real with you. I haven't shared my opinion this whole morning. I've just been talking about how I think people feel. But in my opinion, I prefer games don't get announced too early. Good. All I personally am asking for is maybe some release dates for stuff we already know about, because I would like to know what I'm playing this winter. But to be honest, I usually don't like when I get told that a game is going to exist in 3 years. I hate that feeling. I hate the feeling of, oh, by the way, this game exists. We had nothing else to tell you, so here's a title drop for a game in 8 years, suckers. And you're like, what? Like, why did you even tell me about that? So personally, I don't even want to know anything outside of this year. Not really. Like, I just want to know when Metroid's coming. And that's all I personally want. It's like, I'm just like, dude, when's Metroid coming? I just kind of want to know when I get to play this new Metroid game. Like, otherwise, I'm just chilling, man. I love my Switch 2. I love Donkey Kong. I freaking loved Zelda, or excuse me, Mario Kart, so... Yeah, you know, like, so that's just my opinion. I don't want to know anything about the future. Right? Not at all. Not even close. Yo, what's up, SS Trick, by the way? Thank you again, Slack RV, and thank you, Simcetera, for converting your gifted to your prime to a tier 1. That actually means a ton to me, dude. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Slack RV, for your patience there. I know I was trying to just get some thoughts out. Let me catch up on the chat, though, because this has honestly become... This went from me just kind of sharing some thoughts to an actually really interesting discussion. And then for those of you that are here for gameplay, I promise we'll get back to the game in just a second. But I do want to just continue this discussion a little bit more, and I want to say good morning to those I've missed coming into the chat. It is Saturday. We're just chilling. Good morning, Chaos Queen. Good morning, Shapeshifter and Pixie Rose. Amari Code, good to see you. Ah, I didn't mean to pin that. Now I'm the pin offender. Pokemon fan, good to see you today. I'm putting my chips down that more will be shown closer to Christmas. Yeah, I think we get another direct next month. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think we just got the appetizer direct, and we're going to get a main course direct maybe around September, October, for sure. And that'll help us buy Pokemon, and they'll sell some other games to us. Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a good winter. I mean, if you think about that partner direct for even a second, we are eating good this winter. Except if none of those games appealed to you, which is fine. But I mean, there was a lot of stuff announced for this year. I'm pretty excited overall. I like that direct. Again, I think it was like close to a 9 for partner directs. It was one of the best partner directs we've ever seen. But if you compare it to a regular Nintendo direct, sure, maybe it was mid. You're like, you can't compare it next to like the Tears of the Kingdom announcement. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. Like, obviously it doesn't compare to like a big build direct, but like, as far as partner directs go, it was pretty sick. Very, very well put together, so. Even still, if you love Nintendo and you want to support them, excited, then you don't need to listen to people trying to tell you how to feel about your purchase. Yeah, right. And you know, and that's the thing. It's like, I think most level-headed people just brush off, but it's so hard to continue to brush off people, you know? I even had people who avoided my stream around who eventually got so burnt out of the conversation that they had to like take a break from social media around the release of the Switch 2, because they were like, because every single day in our chat, you know, there was somebody popping in and, you know, asking questions about the controversies. And after like a couple of days, it was like, this is too much, you know, like it just kept going. It's yeah, I think sometimes you start to get wore down, man. Yo, good to see you, Shadow Dwarf. I'm glad you're enjoying Tales of the Shire. All right, I pretty much caught up on chat. Pretty much. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss too much. Glitch, good to see you back in the chat, by the way, Glitch. I appreciate you popping in. Good to see you back in the chat today, Lucinda. And what's up, Chamomile Court? Good morning. I saw Pixie Rose. Good morning. Welcome back in here, Pixie. And Ann Amara. Good to see you today, Ann, as well. Thanks for jumping into the conversation. Sometimes it's nice to get a little discussion out, man. Sometimes I'm in the mood to just yap. You're not usually a handheld person, but I'm enjoying my Switch 2 way more over the Switch 1 than handheld. Yo, enjoy your lurk, Watsy girl. Pages Peaches is in the house. What's up, dude? All right, let's go ahead. Let's lock into D&D night, right? So this is day 2 of this campaign. Revelations about Bright Claw's past bring you to the top of the tower, where you finally lay eyes upon it, the legendary Dragonhawk. Silver is overcome with awe. He approaches reverently and coos in the manner described in Daffodilia's Guide to Birds Strange and Mundane. The ancient bird heaves a deep, reverberating sigh. Oh dear, it says, another fan. Wait, what? Can I be friends with it? Can I pet it? I really want to pet it. Honey, it's a creature of ancient wisdom and power. Besides, you don't know where that legendary bird has been. Yo, legendary birds? Oh. The dragon hawk hears your insinuations about its hygiene and has judged you, unworthy of giving pets. In fact, it seems quite angry and begins to shimmer. Mom, you made it angry! Don't worry, everyone. I'll enthrall this bird with the power of conversation. Ram recounts an architectural English treatise on stoneworking and... Oh no, you're not getting out of a fight this time. In fact, this parade of buffoonery enrages the Dragonhawk. Illusion falls away, revealing the Dragonhawk's true identity. Demon Lord Blood, who built this tower, an architect, an evil architect. Gasp, my enemy. Cute. Did I just get a heart with a character? Nice. So this is the art class. They're like painting each other. I'm having so much fun being this week's model, Link. Between performing in the opera and walking the red carpet, I'm no stranger to striking a pose. My drawings are pretty bad, but I'll try to do you justice, Elise. Or Elsie. Hayden, if you could point something out, I noticed you've got a habit of putting your own drawings down. You avoid sharing them too. It's important to take pride in what you do. And to have fun too. My goodness, March. As a doctor, I'm afraid I have to diagnose you with a growth of character. What you're all saying is tough medicine, but I don't think I'm taking it to heart. Even if stubborn young March can change, then your old friend Hayden can too. Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute. You. All right, here, let's do one more. Nightbot, why are you so confusing? What? Wrap it up, buddy. We want to see some Animal Crossing. Wait, wrap it up, buddy. Pack it up. We want to see some Hylian Descent is currently playing Fields of Mistria with 223 viewers since Saturday, August 2025. Yeah, dude, dope. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Beetle? Welcome to the show. The game's pretty good so far. You absolute madman. You did it. Coffee liqueur. I know you're a coffee fan, so I've been experimenting since the last time I saw Darcy at the market. Took weeks to get the flavor right. Now we've got 2-to-1 of our base liqueur and coffee liqueur over ice. That's a nice molasses color, isn't it? It looks a bit bitter, unless you know it. Raina whipped up some sweet heavy cream for us. Now a big generous ladle on top. Oh my gosh, it looks scrumptious. You're an artist, Hemlock. Cheers. Look at the cream blend with the coffee. It looks like a heavy mist over the mountains. Now that's a pretty name. We'll call it Heavy Mist. So, what do you think, Holt? Can't talk, too busy drinking? Not even a pun. Now that's a first. Sick, dude. Cute. All right, let's go talk to the girls up top. Yeah, thanks for the follows coming in, dude. I was quite surprised how little fatigue I get holding the Steam Deck, and I have smaller hands. What's up, Autumn Sweater? Good morning. Saturday morning cartoons turned into Saturday morning gaming grinds. That's right, baby. Yo, what's up? Focus on Me Play. Good to see you back, dude. I'm disappointed Elliot isn't for Switch 1, but I'm happy who's for those of you that are getting it on Switch 2. Yeah, that is a little bit sad for sure, Pixie Rose. Now, Terathea, I've put a lot of thought into this question, so I hope you'll take it seriously. Same to you, Link. Who here would make the best pirate? Oh, I was born to answer this question. Errol would look dashing with a tricorn hat, but he gets a tad seasick. Hemlock strikes me as a right salty dog. And Nora would make a fearful captain, but a fair one. Oh, it's difficult to choose. March has that look in his eye that says everyone is his enemy. He might even pull off an eye patch. What do you think, Link? Elsie, she'd plunder everyone's hearts. She does have a heart of adventure. She'd be the siren of the sea. No one could resist her charms. Cute. What is the pack it up emote? How come I don't see that? Is that like a BTTV emote that no longer is working? Yeah, I think that emote died, unfortunately. I don't even know what it was. Nice. Let's go ahead and just finish the day by... Actually, we could finish the day by doing some crafting, which I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of that. I guess I don't really have anything to craft besides for tools, huh? What should be the first tool that I make iron? That's the real question. Is there a way to see my skill trees? Yeah, skills. Oh, but you can't see the actual skills that you took. I'm wondering, I don't think I took the blacksmithing skills to make iron stuff have like special properties. So we're gonna wait. We're not gonna do any crafting today. Let's just go ahead and cut some more trees down and be done with it. It must have been removed. Means new emote search. Oh, it's a hype train emote. Interesting. Pack it up. Pack it up. I'll be lurking through stream as I play some Stardew. Nice. Yo, Beetle, enjoy your lurk today, and thank you for hanging out. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. And good morning, everyone. If you joined in during the little discussion where I was just sharing some thoughts about some of the feelings I think people are having with Nintendo, jump in the chat. Let me know you're out there. I might have missed you popping in. Yo, good morning, Ham Labs and Aria Vex, Nerdy Nurse. Good morning, Pajama Rama. Yeah, I might have missed you rolling in, and thank you again for the support, man. I appreciate you, Slack. I really do. Dolore and Dear Diary, thank you, man. Now we need a command for Nightbot to give bits. Yeah. Yeah, they like, for some reason, they like, exactly, like, they took the mod sword away from bots to make it so that's less confusing. Because people were actually confusing bots for like real people. I think that's where it all started. I've even had that in my community where, you know, somebody who was new to Twitch didn't realize that it was not an actual human. Right, they combined them. Right. It's a good thing to differentiate. Yeah, I think so. I don't mind. If you don't live on Twitch, sometimes that stuff's just confusing, you know? Phone battery's low today. No worries, dude. Thank you. I'm loving the Switch 2 that I got on release day. Definitely feeling the burnout from social media. I'm going to start getting games and collecting things because I enjoy them, not following a trend. Yeah, that's the way to do it, man. I think if you could stick to that mindset, it's usually the best. What's up, Dreamy Gamer? Nice, we're almost on to Iron Rank, which is amazing. All right, so the Saturday market's here, and we do have a quest for the Saturday market. 2 quests for the Saturday market, so we might want to go ahead and pay attention to that. I did forget about my chickens again. I remembered for one day and then I forgot again. Can I take you inside with me? Yeah, here. I want to feed you by hand here. Make sure you get that extra good love. I mean, I guess you can come back outside though. Yeah, that's happened to me random. So there was this bot that I was watching a streamer who had this like real special bot that actually learns from the different communities that it's in and then makes comments as if it's a human. Yeah, like there's like these bots exist. I've interacted with them on Twitch. And one time I was in a stream chat and like I didn't realize like it was a bot. Everyone's like adding it and like talking to it and like chilling with it. And they're like laughing about like what they're saying. And I'm like, oh wow, this person's like a hoot. And I'm like watching and like, and then one day it hit me. Wait a fucking second. This is a bot. And I looked it up and the bot just like, it learns from the different chats that it watches. And then it would say things back kind of based off of the things that it's seen. So not real learning, more so like it would just like make comments based off of things that it's seen in chats, which is like real funny. It like sometimes it would actually cause for like a hilarious scenario. It like really would. It like real funny stuff would happen with this freaking bot. Yeah, it were like, yeah, I'm talking about a Niv. Yeah, exactly. I'm talking about a Niv. Yeah. It'll just like, sometimes it'll just like jump in the chat and just like say something that's actually relevant to the conversation, but like usually it didn't. Usually it was just like some nonsense. do 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 do. All right, nice. It's Saturday. We want to go to the Saturday market because we have 2 quests, I think, to do. One's for this hay bale, and one is for a monster horn. Is that it? We do have a chili pepper. We do have 3 chili peppers for Josephine. Let's go ahead and grab those. All right, and then what else? Oh, you want 3 cucumbers. Sure, I can do that. Nice. I'm happy that they're asking for crops because like that's what I have a bunch of. I don't want to give my eggs up yet. Hay bale, monster fang, monster horn, mushroom, tide stone. I don't even know what that is. All right, nice. Let's go to the traveling the market today. Market Saturday. Do 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 do. We got ourselves a reward here. A request for iron ore. Got myself a scarecrow. I don't even know if scarecrows even are needed in this game. Oh no, it's a training dummy. It's not a scarecrow. Excuse me. This is in-game music. It is. Yeah, the music is cute. I need to take a quick tinkle. I'll be right back. Okay. Good to see you today, Fudge. Good morning. Back to lurking and collecting these stupid walnuts. Golden walnut. All right, happy Saturday, everyone. What are we gaming on this weekend? All right, nice. Do. Do. All right, I'm looking for a couple shop owners. Or something. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Yes, Monster Fang. Nice. 220 bucks is nothing to scoff at. We can go. We can upgrade the general store. Nice. We can upgrade the general store. I think we're gonna do it. We just need some copper bars. I don't know if we have copper bars or not. Hold on. I do have 2 other quest items here. Josephine and Valen. There's Valen. And then Josephine might be right here. No. I'm still getting used to their sprites versus their characters. Boom. Yeah, we just got so much cash from those quests. All right, nice. Let's see if we can finish. Let's see if we can finish this, man. I would love to get our general shop upgraded because I think that means we can get a bag upgrade, which would be so nice. I think the final bag upgrade of the game. The real problem is I might not have enough copper bars. I don't. Dang, all right, we have to go back to the mines. We could go buy the copper if we really wanted to, but... So instead, why don't we go and get the barn? Why don't we go and get our barn instead? And then we'll save up more cash and we'll upgrade the general store later. We'll spend some more time in the mines and taking care of that stuff. That sounds like a good plan here. Honestly, we can grab this stuff. We can grab this stuff. We don't have to worry too much. Get ourselves a bunch of foraging going. Why not, right? Ooh, what is that? A newt? Sick. Yo, girl, show me your newts. I'll show you my newts if you show me yours. I beg your pardon. Nice. Getting those good summer forageables before the end of the season. What's up, Crystal? Good to see you today. Newts. What do you mean? What's so crazy? You know, like the dope little lizard creatures. You know, newts. I think I'm gonna hold off on Grounded for early access to be over. That's my decision with Grounded. It's a tough decision to make, but I think I'll be holding off until early access is over this time. Sometimes I like to avoid early access. It's not always my favorite thing, you know? All right, let's do a black barn. Oh, dang. Is it gonna just sit there? I didn't realize my inventory is full. Let's get rid of this bug. Nice. Got myself a barn. Gonna be buying myself a cow. Do, 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 do. I came in and that's the first thing I heard. So you're saying you're not a fan of newts? Is that what I'm hearing? We have anti-newts in the chat. Yeah, I think I'll be skipping the early access for Grounded. As much as I love Grounded, sometimes you got to just skip all this early access. It's all too much. It's all too much. Do 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 do. Oh. No, you know, it's all too much. Playing games before they're finished. I'm good on that, dude. I just want to play the finished product. Of course, not always. Sometimes I can't resist, you know? Waiting for the full release will be worth it. If you like the first game. Yeah, I think that's the play this time. Even though it is super exciting. Don't get me wrong. It is super exciting what they, you know, them announcing. Super exciting them announcing Grounded 2, but I'll hold off for now. We'll let it all shake out, you know? Small barn. I don't know. What did I name my chicken coop? Twitch? I don't know. Hello? It won't let me. Oh, hold on a second. It's my keyboard. Sure. I don't know. I don't remember what I named my coop. Let me see. Yeah, it is Twitch. Yeah. All right. Well, we're on YouTube now. It's 6:30 p.m. Y'all are going inside. I'm gonna go inside. Get the heck out of here. You don't gotta. You don't gotta go inside, but you can't stay here. I don't know what I was trying to say. All right. Now, if I use stone fences, I wonder if I use stone fences, if they're gonna, like, right next to wood fences. Like, I don't think they're gonna connect, huh? No, I don't want a hoe. I want a shovel. Sometimes the tool hit indicator is a little bit goofy in this game. It reminds me of like early Stardew days. Stardew's has definitely gotten better. It's so much better if you make sure that the mouse is not on the screen. Because I'm playing with the controller. Alright, nice. That'll be the farm for all the animals. We'll be putting a fence up here, and this will be our chicken area and our barn area. Nice. All right, now we just got to go buy a cow. I don't even know what other animals are like available in this game. Yeah, just cows for now. All right, let's go for the spotted. 2,000 bucks is a ton. Woo. That is a ton, dude. All right, we'll go ahead with our most recent sub, which is Slack RV. We're just gonna do Slack RV. Thank you, dude. You are now officially solidified in my Fields of Mistria save file. Also, can we buy some supplies here? I think I want to get this animal seesaw for them to play on. All right, we'll wait. I'm broke, dude. Wait, what do we feed? What do we feed cows? Hay. We feed them hay. We have plenty of hay. What's up, Leroy Jenkins? Leroy Jenkins. One of the most iconic moments in gaming history. Grow big and strong, okay? Alright, I should have a bunch of hay in here. Grow big and strong, okay? Perfect. So the only problem here is I gotta be real careful because this cow might just run over and start eating my crops because I don't have any grass in front of the cow. So it might just start walking in this direction to eat these crops because I don't have a fence up. So I'm gonna have to keep my eye on these freaking cows for a couple days. It's just one cow. I can just feed them by hand. And then I think everything will be okay. As long as I feed them by hand first. I think we'll be chilling. Alright, sort that. Alright, not a bad day. We still have a bunch of energy though, so let's just keep collecting materials and cleaning up the farm. Spent some time researching Switch game announcements to try to gather some data on it all. Nice. That sounds great. We need all the data we can get. I expect the full spreadsheet report of every Switch 1 and Switch 2 game releasing stat. And I want them to have cover pages. And oh, you're also going to have to work on Sunday. Yo, spank 'em nasty. Get the lurk on, dude. Do 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 do. First party games only, because that's all I care about. Wow. Nice. Cleaning up that farm. Feeling good while we do it. Easy stinking peasy. Spank 'em nasty got their name back. So Mr. Spank never lost his name. It was only Mrs. Spank. Oh, I passed out, dang. I didn't realize how close it was to pass out time. Yeah, Mr. Spank kept his name. Mrs. Spank switched theirs. Oh, there they are, Googly Bear. That's okay. In 3 months, you can switch it back if you want. Don't worry. What was wrong with their name? It was like somebody banned them from a chat because they thought they were a troll, and it was just one of those moments where you realize on Twitch that like every stream's different, and Yep, sometimes you might run into an issue like that, you know? Yeah, it sucks. Certainly an overreaction if I do say so myself, but, you know, everybody's stream space is their own, and that's okay. They reported my name because it wasn't appropriate. I even had tried apologizing, but they banned me. Oh man, that's so brutal. Such an overreaction, dude. Oh my lord. I've seen a lot worse names coming in my chat, to be honest. It's a thing, you know. Twitch is a place with things to do. I got enough money to buy some seeds. I think we'll do one more crop planting before the end of the season. Let's go ahead and feed our chickens first. Wow, they actually gave me an egg because they only give me eggs if I don't forget to leave, if I don't forget and leave them outside. Which is like totally fair that they don't want to give me eggs because I'm a jerk. All right, we're gonna feed you here. Thank you very much, little Budum. The name does seem a little troll-like. I've had for 15 years. Yeah, it's like... troll's not even the word for it. But, like, yeah, sure. Right, like, I don't know. I'll probably use a different word, but I still see what you're saying regardless. The essence that you bring to me continues to slowly restore my power. It is astonishing how weak I have become. Dang, dude. Weakling. Sunken treasure. Artifacts will sometimes drop from breaking rocks. Let's go ahead and do this one. That seems chill, actually. And then what about blacksmithing? Have we got iron expert? We have. I want to get leech blacksmithing next. All right, cool. Let's go buy some seeds. Yeah. Very understandable. It's good that you at least are self-aware enough to know, like, it's on the edgier side. The name is on the edgier side for sure. And again, there's like nothing wrong with that, I think, but for some, you know, everyone's Twitch space is different. All right, we're gonna buy a bunch of cucumbers. We're gonna get cucumbered out. Well, then a bunch of those crops will die though, right? I can't just leave those in the ground. Nah, so we don't want that. We'll grab 5 of these. I honestly guess I am just going to buy a bunch of cucumbers, but I'm just not going to plant them for the animals. I'm going to plant them for myself. Because I was going to plant these and leave them in the ground for the animals, but I think they'll die. So we'll just harvest them and sell them. Get ourselves some cucumbers here. And then let's go ahead and spend a little bit of time crafting. Since crafting actually takes time, you have to kind of dedicate some of your time to crafting. So let's go do that. Get ourselves some fences here. And I think we'll use some stone fences. Yeah, stone walls. Oh, it takes 0 minutes to craft these because I'm a legend. Perfect. Let's go ahead and grab 30 of them. You gotta love those raincoats. All right. It was a Bob Ross cosplay stream. The Bob Ross would have commented on it and then made a joke out of it. He would have been like, we're gonna spank these mountains real nasty like. So they're not really doing Bob a service, all right? They're not doing Bob a justification like they think they are. I could use another chest as well. Let's do a stone chest though. Never mind, those take copper and stuff. What the frick? Get another chest here. All right, let's cruise. We are outie. We'll grab this. All right, let's do some foraging on the way home, just because we have some free inventory space. I feel like if you ever have free inventory space in this game, the first thing you should be doing is bringing stuff home. Oh, the stone chests are bigger. I see. All right, nothing here. Funcom nasty. That one didn't last too long. It's fun. It's fun to me, dude. I like it. No, but it's interactions like that, which is why I opted to never run family-friendly broadcasts. When I first started streaming, I in fact did attempt that. Like my first couple months, I actually attempted that. Since I was playing Animal Crossing, I was like, all right, you know what? I should probably lean into this. And like, not even my first couple months, like literally the first month of streaming, I would like put it in my tags and in my, and like we would try to provide like a family friendly environment. And quickly I realized that it just caused weird interactions. People would be so afraid to type in my chat because they were so afraid to say something that wasn't family friendly. And I'll never forget the first time that I realized this when a guy jumped into my chat, subscribed to me and everything. He supported me. He was like super into the show. And then jumps in the chat and says, I want to sub to you and I want to support you, but I am way too raunchy of a human, so I cannot talk in your chat because you're family friendly. But thank you for putting on a good show. I think your content's cool, but I don't really belong here, so I'm going to support you from afar. And I paused and was like, what? This sucks. I'm like, that's the worst. What do you mean? Like, what? And that's when I realized, like, family friendly stuff's overrated, dude. I think that vibe's completely overrated. It's like, I get it. Like, I'm not saying like other streams shouldn't do what they think is best for their show, but that was when I realized that family friendly was not a thing that I wanted to uphold, that's not who I was. And that wasn't the goal for my show. I wanted to create a different style experience, and all being family friendly was going to hold me back. I realized all it was going to do was going to hold me back because it was just going to create a space in which people were literally afraid to interact with me because they're afraid they're going to say the wrong thing. So instead, I just stopped advertising it. But the funny thing is that people still consider my show pretty family friendly now, don't they? That's when I realized that you don't have to advertise it. Just be yourself and just let your show be whatever it is to the person who's watching it. Why do you need to label it? Just be yourself and don't push people away right out the front gate. That's the thing I realized. As a creator, why would you create an experience where you are literally saying certain type of people aren't allowed to be here, period? Just be yourself, create an experience of just based off of who you are, and just go forward. And if somebody for some reason crosses the line for who you are as a person, then just check them. yo, hey, that's not quite welcome here. They say, oh, my bad, dude. I was being a little extra. And then you move on. So I decided to leave it on a case-by-case scenario. Instead of creating a space where there was some rigid rules, I just handled everything case by case. So when Spankum Nasty comes in, and I know that they're not here to do anything negative, they hang out. We have a good time. But when some guy comes into the chat named Mar Pizza, then you go, okay, wait a second, bud. Who do you think you are? And you kick him out of here. You know, you boot him on out, you know? What's up, Raiders? Yo, welcome to the show, dude. Good to see you. You like that little segue, dude? We eased into that one. What's up? What's up, Raiders? Yo, good to see you. So yeah, that's just my personal take on it, you know? Like, that's what I realized. Like, it wasn't for me at all as a person, even though like that's the vibes I give off and I'm okay with that, you know? People confuse my show for family friendly all the time. All the time. People come up to me on Twitch like, oh, I thought this was a family friendly show. And I laugh because I'm like, nope, never advertised it, never said it was. That's not actually the case, you know, but I'm okay with people getting that impression because, you know, I still try to provide a professional space and I just kind of do my own thing, you know, and if people make those types of assumptions, like, that's cool. Like, that's fine, you know, whatever. You can think whatever you want. So I do find that to be just like a little bit much. I do find that side of Twitch to be a little bit much. But again, like, that isn't to say that there's anything wrong with running a family-friendly broadcast. It just depends on what your goals are as a creator, right? Maybe you do truly want to create a space where a family of people can be watching you without the worry of something that's maybe not good for them to show up. Like, and if that's your goal, like, that's totally chill. That's cool. There's plenty of creators who are on like YouTube Kids making content for kids, you know, like, that's cool. Like, I think that vibe is chill. Whether you're PG, whether you're like E for everybody, right? Like, if you're going for like the Nintendo vibe where you want to be friendly to all ages, you know, like, that's cool, you know. Judge if you will, but I think it actually is rather family friendly 98% of the time. Like, have you been in some other channels? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I believe me, I'm definitely self-aware enough to know like the vibes that I give off for sure. And that's kind of by design. That's kind of by design. Yeah. Cause like, I understand, like, my goal is to just be professional, and professionalism is definitely, you can use that word interchangeably with, sorry, there was like alarms going on outside. It's a busy world out there today, apparently. I just didn't want my microphone to pick up the sirens in case they do. I don't think they will, but yeah, like I just go for a professional show. But I just don't advertise family friendly because sometimes I like talking about butts. Yeah, you know? So I do kind of aim for like a slightly safe for work environment. I say slightly because sometimes I don't even think we're that safe for work. Because like, we get a little unhinged around here. But I do kind of target that like safe for work window. That I'll admit that, like, as a creator, I am kind of targeting that like safe for work-ish environment. But you know, even then I would be like, sometimes we pop off, you know. That falls on the parents too, of course. It always does, in my opinion. What's up, Irish Lad Gaming? And welcome in, dude. How was A Little to the Left? Mar Pizza, how was your show today? If you have time to chat, if not, that's okay, dude. Yo, what's up, Toon? Good to see you. I've been lurking for a week straight. I was in Newfoundland for my brother's wedding. Oh, nice. Did you catch the bouquet? Are you next up? With occasional workplace water jug spice. Yes, dude. Yes, Mars. Yes, Mars, dude. I was against the name at first because I'm a habitual rule follower and former teacher, and I did feel slightly wrong, but Mr. Spank said it would be fine, and here we are. Gosh darn it, Spank 'em nasty, you're bringing them down with you. You had honest googly bear, teacher, former teacher, trying to do right in the world, and here comes Mr. Spank 'em nasty, bringing them into their world of treachery and trolling. We know what's going on in here, dude. You're the bad influence, dude. You're the bad influence. Oh my gosh. The truth comes out, dude. Oh my gosh. H Des howdy. There it is. There it is. The truth comes out. Thanks for sharing with us, y'all. You're always welcome here. No, I think it is important to be self-aware though. So I like the discussion because I really appreciated it. You know, yeah. Good to know. It's good to know that you know, to just be genuine about it, right? Newfoundland, as a Canadian, hearing you pronounce it the way you did made me laugh. What did I say? I thought I said Newfoundland. Let me go back and read the original message. Maybe I can remember how I said it. I probably just didn't pronounce the D, right? Newfoundland? Yeah. But that's just an Ohio thing. We always drop letters when we speak. It's like Ohio diction is really weird. And like D's sound like T's and O's sound like A's. And very much you won't hear the pronunciation of like specific letters. You'll notice that with Midwestern speak. So like instead of saying Newfoundland, you just say Newfoundland. And in my mind, there's no difference whatsoever. Newfoundland, like it's all the same. Yeah, I don't know. I always like giving people a nice smile with the way that I speak, though. I don't mind. It's funny to me, too. Yeah, I don't mind at all. Like Baltimore, we don't say the T, we use a D. Newfoundland. So it's spelled found, but it's pronounced in. Strange. So that's just your fault for having the wrong spelling on the name of where you live. Yeah, don't blame me because you can't spell. This is my fault because you can't spell. It's obvious the word found is obviously there. Don't yell at me. The heck, man? How's this fall in my lap? What the? Yo, how you doing today, Meredith? Newfoundland. I have a New York accent. Everything sounds wrong. What's up, Stevie Bats? How you doing, McBritches? Pardon us Americans. Yeah, don't blame me because you can't spell. What the heck? What's up, Keisha? Hey, man. Good to see you. Oh, Hylian. What the heck, man? Listen, I follow the rules of engagement that I was taught by my teachers, all right? They said sound things out. New found land. All right? How you doing this morning, Horde Sack? What's up, Susha Lucia, by the way? What do you call a dog breed with the same name? Wait, what do you mean? Is this a joke? Are you leading into a joke? I don't know. My answer is I don't know. All right, it's Monday in game. What are we doing? We're going mining. Let's go. Let's go mining right now. Well, we'll check the bulletin board first, of course. Yeah, and then let's bring food with us because we keep forgetting to bring food in the mines. Yeah, we're gonna be sipping on some scissor. Sip, 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 sip. No, my second playthrough. We haven't played since the release of the game. So we haven't played since the release of the game. So we're 3 major updates behind. So it feels like a new game. It's fun. I mean, that's not all the way true. It really does kind of feel like I'm coming back home to some extent. But everything's like a little different. Applying for jobs, now the waiting process, but enjoying the relaxing for the day. Good luck, man. Keeping up with job hunting is one of the most daunting processes. Keep it up. You got this, dude. Oh, is there a dog breed called Newfoundland? Really? Is that a thing? I feel like you just made that up. Chat room, you don't have to make stuff up. You don't have to make up dog breeds. What are you guys doing? No, I for real never heard of that, though. I for real never heard of that, though. I'm just joking. What are you guys doing? You guys don't have to make stuff up. You know, accents are wonderful. The dog has webbed paws? What the heck? So he can swim really good? Laser tag. The music here is so good. Gotta turn it down a little bit though. Nice, I crit him. And I got a monster horn. Yes. Beautiful. Jump attack. Jump attack. Shredded. Dude, the combat in this game is so nice. It's so nice and punchy, dude. I think that's probably what this game brings to the table the best for me. I think obviously like the writing in this game is like really fun and unique, and the characters feel a little bit more RPG-esque, which is to say they have like a little bit more depth. It feels like the characters are a little bit more lively. And that's like not really talking down on any other game, but just this game just does such a good job creating like a universe and like a backstory and like these characters. So this game has like a lot of things that I really like about it. If I really had to choose one thing that this game does really well that no other game in this genre does like as good, at least I don't feel, it might have to be the combat. The combat takes the idea of mining in a farming sim to the next level. It's so good. It's so good. It really does feel like I'm playing kind of a Zelda-esque game. It really does feel like I'm playing some like A Link to the Past while I'm playing Stardew. This is the Zelda farming sim that we've all wanted, but we never got. Freaking Nintendo. How you doing, Nugs? Mr. Nug makes fun of me because I pronounce bag as bag. Yeah, I feel like that's something that happens all the time. Right? Certain letters like that kind of mixed up. I have a couple of those isms as well. Nice. All right, we found the staircase. I think I want to go down it real quick. What time is it? 4:30 in game. We'll drink this. I kind of wanted to fish. I also need to go back to the older floors and get copper. Even though, again, I think we could buy it. Yeah, I was thinking about fishing while I'm here because I might need the fish later, but I just don't have the inventory space. Ooh, nice. We found a treasure floor. Ooh, perfect. Nice. Just iron and treasure for days. Boop. 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 Look at all that iron. Let's go. And then whatever the heck that is. A new outfit? Three armor. Ooh, sick. All right, we'll probably get rid of these cloth pants. Grab this. Dude, this game's too good. I'm seriously in love with the mining in this game. Like, I could play a whole game of just mining. Give me Fields of Mistria, but literally just a game about mining and, I guess, crafting. I didn't want to go there, but we went there. It's seriously so much fun. This is good enough as its own experience, I swear, dude. Alright, let's just take this so we can get the staircase. And then, let's go maybe get some copper before we go. Maybe we just don't have room for copper. I kind of want to fight this stuff because I need experience in combat. So let's just cough it up. Alright. Yeah, let's go, let's see if we can get some copper, sure. Let's go to floor 5. I hate the lantern enemies, though. I hate enemies in video games that make me wait to be able to attack. It's so irritating. It's not like a bad thing, though. It's just irritating. It's so irritating when you have to stand there and wait for an enemy to open themselves up to attack them. It can be so frustrating. And that goes for any game that has combat. That's just kind of a frustrating thing that they do in some games. Where, like, you have to, like, wait for an enemy to, like, reveal its shield or something. Or, like, you know, like in Luigi's Mansion, there was, like, these big square ghosts in Luigi's Mansion 3, I think it was. And you couldn't suck them up until, like, they, like, turned around or something. It's just like, get this out of here. And they know what they're doing as developers, because that's like a classic way to make gamers struggle, is force gamers to be patient, and that's how you get them to fail at your game. Like, that's how that goes. If you force gamers to be patient, that's like a good way to increase the difficulty of the game itself. Like, that's how you do it. You frustrate them just enough through patience, and it's like, oh, get out of here. Like, let me give you a good example. This one's for you, Focus on Me Play. Side-scroll Mario levels. Side-scroll Mario levels. Think about it. Those levels are mad frustrating. Because you have to sit there. Yeah, auto-scroll. Excuse me. Auto-scroll Mario levels. Because you have to sit there and wait. You have to sit there and wait. You can't catch a flow. You have to just sit and wait until more reveals, and then you can do the thing. So you can't catch a flow. You can't, like, platform out of your mind, get into a flow state. You have to just sit there and wait. And it's like, like, this is, stop this, right? It feels so good when you can catch, like, a flow state in those types of games. But it can be so frustrating when they just, out of nowhere, just make you pause. Yeah, same thing with Mega Man, right? Sonic was good about it as well. Sonic would be like, they designed this whole level around like high-paced, fast-moving, but then they'd put like one thing in the level like where you just like have to slow down in order to get past it. And I always found that to be so counterintuitive. That was one of the things about Sonic Colors that I didn't like. Sonic Colors had a ton of what I used to call momentum blockers. I tried so hard to like Sonic Colors, but dude, the whole game was just go fast. No, don't do that. You're punished. Go fast. No, don't do that. You're punished. And I'm just like, dude, it's a Sonic game. Will you let me move at all, ever? Like, it's like they designed a Sonic game and then took out all of the Sonicness. It was such a frustrating game to play, dude. I did not have a good time playing Sonic Colors. I want to go back and try again because I feel like I just didn't get the experience I should have gotten. I remember it was like 4 in the morning. The music was really quiet, but the game sound effects were 15 times louder. So I was frustrated because it's 4 in the morning. It's a 24-hour stream, so I'm tired. The game audio mixing just absolutely was trash. And I'm sitting here trying to enjoy some Sonic, and the whole game is like this stop and go nightmare. And I'm like, dude, like, get this out of here. Just let me play Sonic. I just remember being so frustrated by Sonic Colors. I think we only played it for like an hour and a half compared to like the 4 hours. Maybe it was like 2.5. I gave up on that game pretty quick. But I want to go back and try again because I own it. I unfortunately own it on, I think, the inferior console to own it on, though. I'm pretty sure. I think you want to own that on like Steam, whereas I got it on Switch. So that doesn't help. All right, drop all this stuff off. Look at all this iron, dude. That is a ton of iron we brought home. Beautiful. Boom, 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 boom. This is some kind of forgeable. Yeah, some Tide lettuce. Ooh. All right, we're going to take the Tide lettuce to the museum. The monster horn goes in here. Is there anything else we haven't taken to the museum? I think we're okay. I don't think eggs belong in here. Let's get those out of here. These are acorns and stuff are technically forgeables as well, but I just can't fit them in here. I don't have enough room. I'm gonna have to craft another chest for this room as well, huh? Oh, I have acorns in here. Okay, let me go grab those. Oh, we passed out again. Oops. I wasn't paying attention. May not be the truth, but I heard that Mario platformer games were intended to be timed against the beat of the songs. Interesting. What's up? How you doing? Did you change the color of your name, Ten Lobster? You're looking rather blue here this morning. Hey, we made it to Ruby rank. Yo, Tater Tot Soup. Mr. Dougie, today is the day. I got all my adulting out of the way during the week so I could sit down and rot with new grounded game. For a second, I thought you were saying you were going to rot with new ground games. And I was like, whoa, flashback. Nice, you're playing Grounded 2. Nice. We were just talking about Grounded 2 this morning. Oh, Alto Girl, did Sonic Colors frustrate you as well? Well, I'm glad it wasn't just me. I try not to be a complainer, you know? I was raised that complaining doesn't get you too far in life. So I really try not to complain, but sometimes you just can't help but air out your grievances, dude. And Sonic Colors was just, that game really did frustrate me. Making omelets and coffee and then jumping into ACNH. Nice. What up, dude? Cozy Saturdays unite. New month, new color. Crazy you noticed that? Heck yeah, I did, man. I actually asked you if it was borked for you on Switch, and you said it was for you as well a bit ago. Yeah. Might have to repick that game up for Steam, which I knew that. Random Reject had already enlightened me that the Switch version was just unfortunately not up to par, but I have worked and I can play Grounded 2 with no distractions. The Grounded 2 gang's coming out here today. I like this. Hope you all enjoy your games today, man. That's what it's all about. Okay, you want to eat this piece of corn? Cute little cow. Cute little bottom. Come on outside. All right, we're taking you out, and we're going to put you right here to eat this. Eat up. And then you're going to come out here as well. You can just go eat wherever. Might be able to play it now on your Switch 2. True. Yeah, maybe the Switch 2 just makes it a little bit better. Yeah. All right, we'll throw an egg in here and we'll start building up for that quest we're working on. I think this needs to go to the museum here. You belong in a museum. Why is there a potato in here? Oh, it's a baked potato. It's food. All right, I think everything else in here is cool. That needs to go to the museum as well. All right, we could probably sell these artifacts, but I don't really care, dude. I'm just going to keep them. I'm just going to hoard everything. Do they give you more shiny beads if you feed them crops? I think so, yeah. I got 3 versus 2. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. Ooh, living off the land. Welcome to living off the land. Harvesting a crop will occasionally drop a cooked dish. Oh, I love that. You can now charge your seeds to spread them across a wider area. Slow growing crops now reach their first time harvest a day earlier. That is so powerful. Harvesting crops will occasionally drop coins based on 5% of their selling price. How do you choose one of these? Oh my God, this game gets so good. Like, what? I think we go with harvest time. The cooked dishes are really good though. Let's go for the cooked dishes. Maybe we can farm up enough experience to get this next. The cooked dishes are really good actually. All right, nice. It's Tuesday in game. Let's go get a quest. We almost have enough money to unlock the general store, so. Do the devs intend to take so many things from Stardew? Sure, right? So when it comes to gaming, a lot of it is like building off the foundation of other games, right? So you might, I'm not sure how hip you are to like maybe Harvest Moon. Did you by chance play any Harvest Moon growing up or Story of Seasons by chance? Which is okay if you didn't, but what you'll notice is that Stardew Valley actually just, to word it the way you did, took a bunch of stuff from those games. And a lot of people don't know that because Harvest Moon and Story of Seasons games were really niche. But yeah, just to kind of shed some light on that, Stardew itself massively took a ton of stuff from Harvest Moon and Story of Seasons. And the developer of Stardew even said that one of his main inspirations was Harvest Moon. So that's kind of like how video games work, is they build on top of each other. So Stardew took its foundation and its roots for its farming sim gameplay directly, sometimes 1-for-1 from the Harvest Moon genre. So Fields of Mistria comes out and says, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to build on top of Stardew Valley 1-for-1. And I'm just going to add enough unique content into the game in which it makes it a unique experience. And we can apply this to lots of different genres as well, you know, just to kind of continue the conversation because it's really fun to think about. Let's take a look at some of the first ever shooter games. So let's just for conversation, let's start with like Medal of Honor on like PlayStation 2. Medal of Honor paved the way for games like Black or games like Call of Duty. Call of Duty wasn't an original game when it came out. Call of Duty was basically Medal of Honor. And I remember this distinctly. It was basically just Medal of Honor, but instead of only killing Nazis, you were killing, you know, whatever they decided to base the game off. Right? And then from there, you know, Call of Duty led the way for a bunch of more shooters that all wanted to be Call of Duty. And now if you go take a look at the first-person shooter genre, everybody wants to be Fortnite. So if you go to Call of Duty Warzone, you could easily be like, wow, a lot of Call of Duty Warzone is just Fortnite without building. And then you have Apex Legends. Well, Apex Legends is kind of like Fortnite, except with characters that have unique abilities. And they're like, okay. And then from there, well, the next game, what was after Apex Legends? You know, there's probably something else. You had PUBG. Fortnite was actually just PUBG reskinned. And you just start to realize, like, yeah, like this is just kind of how gaming and art kind of works in general, you know? Like, it's kind of fun to think about. Like, we can even apply that. We can step out of gaming and we can apply this to music. I bet you that there was maybe even, I'm going to use the word thousands of artists that sounded just like Elvis sounded, just with like a different voice. I bet you once Elvis blew up, he probably bred hundreds, if not thousands of musical artists that just sounded pretty much like Elvis with like a twist. And you start to realize like all art in a lot of ways is iterative, right? Is that the word? Iterative? Where it just iterates on top of one another. That's like art. That's just how art works. It iterates on top of each other. Just boom. Okay, I'm going to take this idea. I'm going to grow with it. And then you go back and now apply that back to gaming one more time to the original conversation prompt, which was so great. Thanks again for sharing. You know, does this game attempt to take a lot from Stardew on purpose? Yeah. Derived. Thank you. Derived is a cleaner way to word that. Thank you. So like, yeah, you know, like if you really pause, yeah, sure. I think that this game 100% was attempting to be Stardew in a lot of ways. Maybe because they wanted to sell to the Stardew community, or maybe because they were just inspired, or maybe because they just wanted a starting point to build on top of. And then from there, they've managed to create a pretty unique experience where, sure, as similar as this game is to Stardew, for some people, this game is actually too similar to Stardew Valley. And people actually criticize this game for that. You weren't criticizing it. Not saying that, but just to let you know, people have actually criticized this game for being too close to Stardew. And they've said, why do I need another Stardew Valley in my life? So they're not interested in playing this game. And that's like really fair. A lot of people, they see a game that's a little too similar and they walk away. However, if you actually sit down and play this game, you realize that very quickly this game's its own experience. From the art to the music, to the systems, to the skill trees, to even the way the farming itself works, the flow of the game, the progression of the game, the dialogue, the characters, the mining, the fishing. This game is actually very different from Stardew on so many ways, but on a surface level, it just kind of looks like Stardew. So it's funny because on a surface level, as a viewer who's watching the stream, it's so hard not to make the comparison to Stardew. But as the gamer who's been maybe put 50 plus hours into Fields of Mistria, I can tell you firsthand, this game feels nothing like Stardew Valley. It actually feels nothing like Stardew. And like, I'm not trying to be like too hyperbolic, like, but I mean it, like nothing at all. Like, I haven't thought of Stardew Valley once while playing this game, outside of the surface level stuff that we all kind of see. And isn't that interesting? Isn't that such an interesting thing? Like, it might, on a surface level, it really does look like Stardew. It does seem similar, but it doesn't really feel like Stardew at all. Now, maybe I am being a little hyperbolic. Maybe it feels a little similar. Maybe sometimes I do have shades of Stardew while I'm playing. Like, yeah, sure. But like, the point is that not as much as you would think. Not as much as you would think. Like, actually, the similarities pretty much stop as soon as you get away from the surface. And it's really surprising how they can pull that off, right?
H to scat jam best bot.
You know, at the same way that, like, no, I was gonna say something, but it doesn't really apply. So, yo, what's up, Buka? Thank you for 70 months, man. I appreciate you, dude. So we got a great question here from Loud Felix. He said, where do you draw the line between inspiration and plagiarism? Well, that is the whole game now, isn't it? Bingo bongo. So let's bring up Pal World. Right? Let's bring up Pal World real quick. Is Pal World inspiration or is Pal World plagiarism? I did not bring the animals in, frick. Right? Now, is Pal World? What is your opinion? Everybody's opinion is going to be completely different. What do you think? And it's okay. Whatever your opinion is, you're not wrong. That's the point that I was going to make. No matter what you think, you're probably not wrong. Because like, your interpretation of that is going to be your own interpretation. The way you feel, the way you look, that's the difference between plagiarism. That's the difference between inspiration. It's a feel. It's a look. It's how the individual looks at the product and says, wait a second, what's going on here? Like, that's really it. Now, of course, there is a line, there is a law, there is really egregious examples of plagiarism. Like, you can literally just copying somebody else's work is plagiarism. But when you talk about the lines being blurred between plagiarism and inspiration, usually those lines are blurred for the person who is interpreting those lines, not the creators. Like, it doesn't matter what the creators intended. What matters is what you think and feel when you play the game. And it goes full circle back to our friend 10 Lobster's question. They see the game and they go, wow, this game's kind of copying a lot of Stardew. And at first glance, that is 100% true. But in my opinion, as you play the game, you realize that it's not like Stardew at all. So we can both be looking at the same exact product and we can have two completely different opinions. So the lines of plagiarism and the lines of inspiration can be very blurred very often. Sometimes they're both very obvious. You can usually tell when something is obviously just inspired. And sometimes you can tell when something is obviously plagiarized. And then you get stuff like Pal World. You tell me. I can give you my opinion, but you tell me, like, what do you think, right? I think Pal World is inspired and far from plagiarized. Now, the Pokemon designs themselves are maybe up for question. Some of them are a little close. However, some of them are also based off of animals. So like, how many different ways can you design a wolf? So that's a little blurry. But in all reality, the gameplay itself, Pal World is nothing like Pokemon. It's actually a pretty unique experience when it comes to what we have gotten from the Pokemon games. Conceptually, even then, it's pretty different. You're like putting the Pokemon to work in slave labor camps. I would personally argue that it's just an inspired game and it's far from plagiarism. That's just my opinion. Now, again, I think there are some blurred lines. I think that some of the designs of the Pokemon, the pals, are a little close. I think there are some scenarios where maybe like throwing the Pokeball to catch the Pokemon is kind of close. Like, all right, like maybe you're blurring some lines there, yada, yada, yada. But I think at the end of the day, if you look at the full finished product of Pal World versus, a Pokemon game, I think they're pretty different. And I think it would be mostly just inspired versus stolen. Monster Hunter is a great question. I think Monster Hunter is 100% just a inspired. Now, when you say Monster Hunter, what are you comparing it to? Pokemon? What is it? Monster Hunter versus what? Because I'm a little confused about that. But I think Monster Hunter is a super unique experience, right? That game's super unique. I don't think there's anything out there like Monster Hunter, right? I don't think so. But yeah, it's a fun question. Good question, Felix. It's a fun thought experiment. From the trailer, Dragon's Prophet. See, I'm not too hip, so that one I can't comment on much. Yeah, my bad. Yo, also Chaos Queen, nothing from your wish list showed up for that trade. What would you like for that trade? I'm not sure. Yo, good morning, Bookie Proud Mama. And what's up, Arctic Bonobos, dude? What's up, Arctic Bonobos? Good to see you. Right, yeah, it's a fun conversation to have. I think there's a lot of personal thoughts, right? Yo, good morning, Minty Mont. Good to see you today, Minty Mont. I hope you're feeling good. Just, I don't mind trading just to give you the card you need. Oh, you didn't have to do that. I appreciate you. It's very kind of you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, fun question, right? Fun thing to think about. But there's obviously some nuance to the conversation, and that's what makes it so interesting. I think there is a lot of personal like thought process that goes into it, like your interpretation versus mine. Yeah, Planet Kitties. So just to clarify exactly what happened, they actually did that themselves to jump in front of litigation. So I just watched a video about this. So what happened with the Pal World case is this, just real quick. So there's actually like when you're undergoing an investigation, I don't know the exact details, so I'm going to paraphrase, but stick with me. All right. Essentially, this is what's going on. So I was watching a Legal Eagle talk about it. And what he said was, I think it was Legal Eagle. He said that, so Pal World didn't have to change anything yet, but what they did was they changed stuff so that they had a better chance of winning the case. Because apparently it's actually okay to do that. And I don't quite know the details behind it, but just so you know, like that's what happened. So they got sued and they're undergoing litigation. There's a court proceedings happening. And what they did is they jumped in front and they said, look, we'll change stuff as a way to show good grace. Like, hey, look, we're willing to change things. We'll do what you want us to do to some extent so that they don't lose their game, because Pokemon is going after their whole game. They want them to shut their game down and never be able to sell it again. So it seems like the reason why they made some changes so far is that they're just trying to be in the best possible position for when stuff really does start to unravel. Again, I'm not giving you the exact details, but just think about it along these lines, and I think this is like a pretty accurate assessment. So yeah, like they made it to where instead of the Pokemon coming out of the Pokeball, it just appears next to you. And you no longer throw an orb to like catch a creature. You no longer throw an orb to like release your Pokemon. It just like appears next to you. And that was just one example of something that they did to kind of get ahead of like the problem, right? But either way, you still bring that up in good faith because you're saying, look it, obviously they changed this stuff because they knew it was too close. That's what Planet Kitties is actually saying. I just wanted to make sure that facts were out there. And exactly. Obviously they went and changed stuff because they knew that they were towing the line a little too close. They knew they were. And man, I'm gonna be real with you. The company behind Palworld kind of sucks anyways. Because their first game was just a massive ripoff of Breath of the Wild. And then they made another, you know, basically ripoff of Pokemon. So like, to be fair, like that company really, like the only reason that company's even getting supported is because it's the big guy versus the little guy. It's the giant versus the small guy. So people want to support the small guy. They don't want to support the giant. But at the end of the day, the small guy in this situation actually kind of sucks anyways. And they obviously were out to just make as much money as possible on other people's ideas. Obviously. However, I still stand by my statement that I think that Palworld was transformative enough of a video game. I'm not going to argue that it's the idea is not, you know, as Saidi put it, you know, plagiarism with a dash of guns and slavery. I think you're pretty on point with that. But I think if you play the game, it doesn't play like any other Pokemon game ever made. It like really doesn't. And I do think that's worth mentioning because I think we should be able to make video games that are similar to other video games. And we should be able to make video games that have similar concepts. Because that sucks for us as gamers. The last thing we want as gamers is companies to not make stuff because they're afraid of litigation. So that's why I do support Palworld as a game. I support it as a video game because I think the game is fun and I like it. And I think that the game is very different from other Pokemon style games. But I will never defend like their actual like art and like the concept behind the game because like, yeah, obviously, you know, they were dipping into the idea bag a little bit, you know. So that's kind of my opinion on it. Like just to kind of share my full thoughts on it. That's like my thought spectrum. Do you think Palworld shook the tree enough for Pokemon to wake up? I want to think that. That's how I'm going to answer your question. I want to think that. I want to feel like it was enough of a wake-up call. But listen to my words. I'm not really confident. I want that to be the truth. I really do. Not really confident that's what's going on, sadly. At least we didn't forget our animals. Yeah, I'm not really confident in that, but that's what I want to be true. I really love if we had real competition for Pokemon to like grow from, you know? Candy Crush came out and people acted like they had never seen it. And like, didn't Bubble Break exist on flip phones? Not the Bubble Break, dude. Not the Bubble Break, dude. Not the Bubble Break. So yeah, fun. Great question, man. I love talking about games, so I definitely enjoyed that conversation. It looks like it's going to be a different style of play. Yeah, Legend ZA is going to be pretty different. Pokemon just added a little razzle dazzle to Ghostbusters. Keep the spirits alive and put them in a baseball instead of a backpack. A little razzle dazzle to Ghostbusters. Shut up. True but funny. True but funny. Razzle dazzle at the buzzer from downtown. Razzle dazzle. I love that word so much. How you doing, Blaze? Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Random question to brighten the mood. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you're not having the best day today. I hope you feel better soon, Hearts of Violet. What's your favorite fast food fries? None of them. They all suck. Give me JoJo wedges over any fry any day ever. Give me some JoJo's. I don't want your trash potato sticks. Give me JoJo's or give me death. Yo, what's up, Sith Angel? Now I want JoJo's. Yeah. What's a JoJo? A regional chain? No, a JoJo is another word for a potato wedge. You never heard that term, huh? Is that a Midwest thing? Let me see. JoJo's. Here, I'll show you. No, not JoJo's Grand Bazaar nonsense. JoJo's food. See, look, when you type into Google, JoJo's food, look what comes up. Potato wedges. They're called JoJo potatoes. Yeah, how about that? Now, there is like a subtle difference. I think if you wanted to get technical, there is like a subtle difference between JoJo's and potato wedges, but like, or like whatever other term other people might use. But I don't know. I think it's all the same. You never heard that term before? What's up, Ponka? Good to see you today. No, I mean, I'll give you an actual answer though. I think Wendy's probably, maybe even Burger King has the best fries. Probably. It's one of those two, I think. Yo, what's up, Geeky Ray? Nothing like some gas station chicken and JoJo's, dude. Ain't nothing like some gas station chicken and JoJo's. That's right, dude. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Some big old chicken tendies off the gas station tip. Some JoJo's, dude. Give it up, man. Ooh. Yo, I'm way too hungry for this. Hey, our cow grew. Nice. $7-Eleven hot dogs. What's up, Espresso Jeffro? Good to see you, buddy. What was I doing? Brain rot. Do, 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 do. What is this? Get this advertisement out of my chat. Get this trash out of here. Get this trash out of here. What the heck? What in the hell? You think they'll bring Zelda Twilight Princess to the Switch 2? Yeah, I think they'll bring it to the Switch 1 and it'll be playable on the Switch 2. Yeah. I think so. I think so. What's up, Pylai? Yeah, I think so. I think we'll see Twilight Princess. And here's a hot take for you. I think we'll see Wind Waker for the Switch 1. And they're gonna try to get Switch 1ers to buy Wind Waker while Switch 2ers get to play it on Nintendo Switch Online. However, Switch 1ers are gonna get the better version, which is HD edition. And then Switch 2ers are gonna be tempted to buy that anyways and play it on their Switch 2. And then Nintendo double dips and they win. That's what I think is gonna happen. I think those games are still coming and they're gonna happen on the Switch 1, and Switch 1ers will have access to Wind Waker, which would be really nice, because the fact that y'all didn't get GameCube emulation sucks. It grinds my gears. Oh, I need copper. Some full-on BS. Yeah. It kind of bothers me. GameCube game should have been on the Switch 1. Now, they could have waited to release it when the Switch 2 came out. You know, whatever. I don't really care about that. But I think at the end of the day, that was not being on Switch 1 sucks. Yeah, exactly. Dual release, whatever. I got a Switch last December. I'm behind, but I'm still happy. Plenty of good games to be played, man. All right, we could spend some time doing iron as well. Sure. Do. All right, and we could get ourselves an upgrade here. Why not, right? Let's go ahead and get a watering can upgrade for next season coming up. A lot of iron. Yeah, we're cooked right now. How far are you in the fields? We're in the second season. We're on our way into fall right now. We are on our way to fall. Yeah, we're not far in at all. Taking our time. So we played before, but we're playing again. Checking out some of the new content that we might have missed out on. All right, nice. Nice. Who's ready to shop, baby? We got the general store upgrade. Yes. Yeah. Welcome to my Saturday show. The song's so emotional for no reason. What's up, Noodle Is? I want to get the GameCube controller for my Switch 2, but I don't know how about getting one. I think you got to do the Nintendo Online right now, Top Cat. I think that's the only way to get your hands on one is through Nintendo Switch Online. Through the, I think the only way to get it is through the Nintendo shop. Yeah, unfortunately. I don't think retailers are carrying the GameCube controllers. Not that I know of. Does it take, would you say it takes as long as Stardew? Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's honestly timed pretty equivalent to Stardew. However, the difference in this game is that you can adjust the time of day. So you can make days extra long, which is going to make your gameplay extra long, longer seasons, or you can keep days short. And if you keep days short, then it's probably like right along Stardew's cadence. Yeah. All right, folks, give me a season and you'll have your brand new and improved general store. A season? Don't worry, Mom. All of you can stay at my place. Well, I think I could speed things up if I had a little assistance. How about it, Link? You bet, dude. Let's get to it.
I'm gonna help too.
No, Del. Dang, just two guys did a whole season's worth of work faster? Look at that mess. Time to show off the family's famous sweeping technique. Okay, Holt. I like the speed of the game on default as well, but it's nice that there's an option for those that like to take their time. Wow. Oh, yeah, it's so beautiful. Everyone, thank you. This is a turning point for all of Mistria. You took the words out of my mouth. I'm glad we got to be a part of it. It was fun. It really was. All right, family, let's get those shelves stocked. Great. Now, I spent all my money. Now I'm completely broke. But at least I have a shop. But I can't afford to shop at the shop because I just spent all my money. Great game. Here it is, the bag upgrade, 2,000 bucks. Yes, that's what I want. That's what I'm working towards. Twitch is offering Hylian to send subs with every Twitch Prime subscription. Wow, that's really generous. Dude, that McDonald's emote killed me, dude. That was so funny. How do you always have an emote for the right situation? Ryan Perpetrator's emote game is fire, dude. Let me turn this down. Holy heck. Thank you for the 100 biddies, by the way, Perpetrator. I didn't say thank you. Thank you, dude. But you knew that. Oh, we can sell the copper watering can. We're gonna actually get a bunch of cash tomorrow. We're selling 12 watermelons for 180 each. We're actually about to have a bunch of cash tomorrow, so we're fine. How's my little cow doing? You little cutie. All right, inside with all of you. And let's go just do a bunch of foraging for the day. Let's restock our wood reserves. I think that's actually probably the play here. You think McD has the best fries? You think so? I don't know, man. I haven't eaten that stuff in a while. Dun, 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 dun. Do 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 do. All right, nice. Cleaning up the farm. Cleaning up the farm. I have to go in and out of my house for the music to turn back on. Such a weird decision. Just put it on loop, man. Just put it on loop. I wish I could take every game developer and shake them like Billy Madison with the chunky kid. This is me right here. Ooh, shoestring fries? Righties. Wow, it came up instantly because my algorithm knows me too well. This is me. This is me right here. This is me right here. All right. This is game developers. You see this kid? This kid right here is all indie game devs. And hell, we'll put AAA devs in as well. All right. And this is me right here. As soon as I load up their game and there's not an option to loop the fucking music in Stardew Valley and Fields of Mistria. This is me right here. This is it. Loop the fucking music. Give me an option. Please. Stop with the silence. Please. And this is chat. And then this is chat right here trying to pull me back. This is chat trying to bring me back from crashing out. This is chat like, Hylian, calm down. Hylian, it's okay. Hylian, it's fine. This is Hylian coming to save it. Loop the music. Loop it. And chat's just like, dude, take your medicine. It's a... I'm gonna lose it. I don't understand, dude. It's not that hard. It cannot be hard to offer an option to loop the music, dude. It cannot be that hard. Anyways, so how are you, dude? Thank you, Watsy, for 6 months. Thank you for 6 months, dude. How are you, dude? Let's get you back to your old people's homes. What's up, Real Supernova? How you doing, dude? I actually kind of just went over it before you got here, so I'm gonna elect to hold back on that one, but I appreciate you, dude. Thanks for popping into the show today. They play pretty differently though, but you know, they're similar in a lot of ways as well. But yeah, we actually just chatted about it a bunch. Yeah, this is a farming simulation game. That's right. What's up, Lily? What was I about to do? I was about to do something. Oops. Yeah, we just chatted about it. I hope you're doing well though, Supernova. Good to see you, man. They're pretty different games though. I'll just leave it at that for you. They have some similarities, you know. All farming sims do. But this game's fun. Playing Coral Island, nice. How you doing today, Dark Pulse? Good to see you today. Welcome in. Yeah, Coral Island's chill. Happy weekend. She didn't say that excited enough. We're gonna have to hire a new TTS. Yo, what's up, Selena? Hey. Thank you very much for 7 months. Thank you again for the 6-month prime. I appreciate you, Watsy. Watching you play makes me want to jump into Stardew. Coral Island's one of my favorites. See, if you like Coral Island, I think this game's actually better than Coral Island. Personally. Like, if you like Coral Island and you don't think it's too similar to Stardew, I think this game's even better than Coral Island. You know, aside from the graphics. Obviously, it's the graphics that trap this game into Stardew's gaze. That's what really pulls people... That's the big problem with this game. Whereas, like, Coral Island doesn't look anything like Stardew, so it gets like less, there's like less of a correlation, even though it's also a pretty similar game, right? How was Tales of the Shire? Correlation. There it is. Tales of the Shire was good, man. I had fun. I had fun coming back. We hosted our first. We hosted 11sies for 4 total people in the middle of the Shire Woods the Shire Forest. It was actually really cool. And we did some cooking, and we soaked our feet. You know, just normal Hobbit things. Normal Hobbit things. What's up, Jelly the Gamer? Started playing this at the beginning of the week, and although it looks similar to Stardew, that's what brought me in. The mechanics and how you play are different in their own rights, and I'm loving it. Isn't it so? It's so good. It's so refreshing when you get a game that perfectly builds on top of your favorite game. Right? Like, it doesn't happen always so cleanly. It doesn't happen always so perfectly. Where you get a game that manages to set itself apart gameplay-wise, but like, you know, maybe looks or feels like Stardew in some ways, like the genre itself, you know. I love it. It's the best thing ever. Rarely does that happen in the gaming space. Like, apparently, Phoenix Rising is that to Zelda, and apparently I need to play Phoenix Rising because it's basically a Zelda game, just reskinned and like with its own systems. And it's like that kind of stuff that makes me like super like excited, right? Like, I love when a game manages to like build on its, you know, we just had a huge conversation. It's so funny that some of y'all just came in, because we had a nice conversation about inspiration versus like plagiarism, and like how, you know, this game was obviously inspired by Stardew, but then Stardew was inspired by Harvest Moon, and maybe Harvest Moon was inspired by some DOS farming game that I don't even know about. You know what I mean? And how like that's how art works, and how it's all built on top of each other. And even though there might be some similarities, it's the developer's job to make it feel unique. And they don't always succeed. That's why we entered the farming sim slop era like 3 years ago, right? So they don't always succeed. A lot of times it is just trash, but every once in a while you get something like Coral Island or Fields of Mistria, or apparently Roots of Paka. These games that are super unique, but also similar to our favorite games, you know, like. So it's cool, man. I really love this conversation, and I could go into another 15-minute discussion about it. To be honest, I like it so much. I won't. I will spare those in the chat here that conversation again, but yeah, Darker Rock. Yo, what's up? Zelda made by the team behind AC Odyssey. I couldn't get into Coral Island. It just wasn't for me. It's not my favorite, but I do like it. I'm right there with you, though. I think something about Coral Island felt a little off, and I don't know if it was because it wasn't finished, but the vibe, something about the vibe, something about Mark's bulge that just threw me off. What can I say? When you put a big hairy man in front of me with a massive bulge, I just wanted to farm. I wasn't really looking for, like, I was just trying to play a farming sim, and they were like, hey, and I was just like, okay, like, I was just trying to play a farming sim, but like, damn, son, like, so I don't know, man, like, that game threw me off a little bit. Jealousy, we get it, sure, yeah, he was definitely more manly than I am. In every facet, sure. Yo, I did miss a message here, though. What's up, Medium Titty Goth GF? Started streaming a week ago under a different Twitch name, and this morning I got an email that I made affiliate. I started watching you back in January, and honestly, you inspired me to make a channel and start streaming for fun. I always enjoy seeing how happy streaming makes you, and I wanted to try for myself. Aw. Yo, if you want to, send me a message with the channel that you're streaming on, and I can check it out in my free time. Would you mind doing that for me? Would you mind sending me a message and letting me know what the name of your channel is? Yo, Arctic Bonobos, maybe change the quality of the stream. Mess with the quality settings or hit a refresh. Thank you for saying something. I think we're okay on my end, and thank you, Dazza, for confirming. There's only 2 farming sims I ever wanted a refund, and that was Harvestella and Orange Season. Interesting. Harvestella was that Final Fantasy farming sim, right? Ooh, go ahead and water this stuff. Almost at the end of summer in game here. Yo, what's up, Tectonic? Yeah. Send it my way, dude. I'll have to check it out. I think we're just selling this stuff. Just found it plain awful. Boom, boom. And thanks for the kind words. I'm glad I can inspire others to be creative and to lean into, you know, their passions, their dreams, to pursue the things that make them happy. You know, I won't get too deep this morning, but as a change of pace from gaming talk, you know, I had somebody word it to me a certain way in my life, and I've thought about this almost every day ever since I've heard it. This idea of a pursuit of genuine happiness. And I loved when I heard this because the word genuine is so important. About this idea, this concept of like really asking yourself like tough questions and really getting to the core of like what makes you happy in life and not letting any outside interference step in when you ask yourself that, like, what makes me genuinely happy? And when I really sat down and asked myself that question, at this point I was already streaming. This isn't about streaming, but it was nice. It was nice to like really sit back and reflect. Like, I wrote down a list of things. So I asked myself the question and then I answered it. All right. So I wrote down the question and then I sat down and said, okay, now let's answer it. And my answers were music, video games, right? Surface level stuff. That stuff's kind of easy answers. But then I started getting even deeper and was like, well, what about those things make me happy? Right? And then I was able to even answer deeper questions and learn even more about myself. And by the end of this exercise, it really, really helped put into perspective the things that I truly value in my journey. Stuff that truly makes me happy, no matter what's going on in the world. No matter what's going on in my life. And then, and the person who introduced me to this concept, then they say, and then go and pursue it. And make sure that as you journey, you are always doing things that lead towards you and your genuine happiness. Why would you not? Why would you not try to pursue the things that make you happy? You know, and we get caught up in society's gaze. You know, they tell us we shouldn't be enjoying video games as much as we do, or you shouldn't enjoy watching movies as much as you do, and whatever the reason why the thing you like isn't a good thing for you to like. And it's like, nah, once you clear away all of the extra noise, what you really get left with is things that you love and the effort you're going to put in to be able to do those things or interact with those things. You know, and like, I don't know, man, it's just like a super special thing. And I think that's something that I've kept with me my whole life. My pursuit of my genuine happiness. What makes me genuinely happy as an individual without, you know, thinking about what anybody else thinks or what anybody else does and what makes other people happy, and just really zeroing in on that for myself. It was good. It was a fun exercise, and since then I've referred back to it multiple times in my life. Like, I caught myself doing something and then I said, does this thing oppose my genuine happiness or does it build towards it? And then when you word things that way, then it makes making certain decisions easier. I find that making certain decisions throughout my life have become a little bit easier because I'm able to put things in perspective in a different way. Like, does this activity or thing that I want to do, is this adding towards my genuine happiness, or is this taking away from it? And a lot of times there's a pretty easy answer. A lot of times there's literally a black or white answer. Not always, but a lot of times you'll find that the answer is literally yes or no. It's like, wow, actually doing this thing today is this is not actually what I want. But it took like starting the journey of asking myself the question before I was able to start looking at things that way. The whole journey started with asking myself, like, what makes me genuinely happy? You know, it's cool. Do. I had a boss tell me that playing games and liking games is weird, and I was like, sorry, I don't want to get drunk on a boat and fish all day. Yeah, right. Dude, yeah, people will try to tell you what you enjoy is wrong or weird. It's like, what the heck, man?
Prime time.
When I learned to say no to the things I didn't want to do instead of going because I felt obligated, it was great. Yeah, well said, right. I think that's right along exactly what I'm saying. Yo, thank you so much, Arctic Bonobos, for the Prime, baby. It's Prime time, baby. Have you heard of Lightyear Frontier? Yeah, I played Lightyear Frontier for just a little bit, and I actually liked what I played a lot. I haven't gone back, but I think the game is 1.0 released at this point. Think so. Let's go this way. Getting drunk on a fishing boat, but in a video game. You know, it's a pretty deep conversation, and it can go deeper. I'm trying to keep it somewhat light, but it's pretty philosophical, and you know, it's cool. It's cool. It was something from somebody who had been engaging in like Buddhist teachings, Zen teachings, like very Zen stuff. That's like where a lot of that comes from, and it's cool. It's super interesting to me. Back from my delicious morning at the zoo, I hid one of my painted Pikmin rocks and grabbed a smoothie with an edible straw. What world are we living in, dude? You're eating straws now? But if you eat the straw, then how are you going to drink the drink? I don't understand. How does that work? I use my Prime sub because I don't subscribe to many people, but I watch you every day, so I want to thank you for that. Do you get any sort of compensation for Prime? Yeah, I do. Yes. So how about that? First off, I want you to know that subbing is not at all something you need to do to enjoy my show. And that goes to every person out there. And honestly, that goes for every content out there. YouTube, Twitch, I don't give a what it is. TikTok. Don't you ever feel obligated. You just tuning in, you are supporting. The most valuable bit of support we get is viewership. Period. Everything else is extra kindness. Now that that's out of the way, Prime subs do actually give me kickback. So thank you for being so considerate and asking that question. That's insane. Yeah, I get the value of a sub. Like, depending on where you live, I get a certain amount of money. So in America, I think I get $2.25 from your Prime, something along those lines. It's like $2.50, $2.25, $2.50. But like, let's say you use your Prime sub and you live in Turkey, then I think I only get like 60 cents. But maybe if you live in like UK, it's like $1.70 or something. So it's all regional based. And depending on where you live, depends on how much I actually get as far as the kickback is concerned. But obviously the amount isn't really important. Obviously, it's just the fact that I'm getting anything from it is a blessing. And thank you again for asking, Selena. Yeah. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. But we're gonna miss D&D at this rate. We better get there fast. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you. So Prime subs are a very strong form of support. In conclusion, Prime subs are a very strong way of supporting. Yes. And I would prefer people always pursue those free ways of supporting or alternative ways of supporting, like a Prime, before you ever open up your wallet, for sure. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. And that's a good segue for me to remind you, like, checking out my socials and stuff helps as well, for those that are interested. Yeah, thank you, Watsy. Yeah, it's a super nice system. I like Primes because you're getting value outside of my stream with that. Right? Because, like, if you're a Prime sub, then you get access to all the Amazon stuff. But then you're also getting access to the stream and the emotes here. So I really enjoy the Prime system because it makes, I feel like the value exchange is even better because you're getting more than just the stream out of it. So. Friends, I must apologize. My eagerness to study the tower led to our capture by Demon Lord Blood. Look at us now, defeated, and we've learned nothing. I've got him distracted at least. He's the demon I made a pact with. Apparently, he's never met someone who knew the contract better than him. Think, guys, that big arch he's sitting on is Alda style. Mr. Aram said it relies on a keystone, but I can't hit something so far away. Silver can do it. He's so let down by the Dragonhawk. This is his origin story. This is how he became a Dark Bird Watcher. I activate Shadow Eye and shoot the keystone. A class change in the middle of battle? I'll allow it. The keystone shatters. Demon Blood Lord falls to the ground, trapped by his awkward conversation with Supreme Grimblade, made even more awkward by his graceless tumble. I roll to show Demon Lord Blood the pages of my Architectural Digest, hoping to turn him from the ways of evil architecture. I rolled a 20. The digest slips from your hand, striking Blood's beak spot. The demon coughs and begins to burn with demonic fire. He rasps his final words to you. Do the voice. Ahem. You are the worst, most disorganized party to ever enter this tower, and I've paid the price for that. I hope my demise teaches you mortals something. I learned that Blood Tower is named for Lord Blood, and not because it's full of blood. I learned that sometimes it's a mistake to meet your heroes, even if that hero is a bird. I learned that knowledge can be a weapon, literally. I learned how to make a pact with the demon. Great game. Great game, great game. Excellent. Excellent contrapastio, Ulrich. Thanks, I put a lot of work into my traps. Okay, I better make way for this week's real model. Cluck cluck. I like your attitude, young lady, and what a lovely pose. You're giving us so much wing. How is Henrietta such a dynamic model? Thanks for sharing this with us, Hayden. Seems awful special to you. I've seen so many animals grow up since I took over the farm. Thought it might be nice to start sketching them up some memories. Before I knew it, I was sketching all by myself and got in my own head about it. Thanks for talking some sense into me. You reminded me that I'm the Sharon type, and drawing's more fun with friends. Isn't that right, Link? Cute. Hemlock's been so generously mixing the drinks the past few weeks, I thought I'd share a recipe of my own. This is something we used to make after a long day in the mines. It went by many names: rock juice, the mine shaft, blood from the stone, the sinkhole, helmet hash, miner's mash, bucket brew. So what was the recipe? Well, it wasn't a recipe so much as we all poured whatever dregs we had into a canteen and gave it a good shake. Errol, the one responsible for the well-being of this town, as the one, I have to ask, what was safer, the mines or this drink? Ha! You're quite a card, Lady Adeline. He didn't answer the question, did he? He sure didn't. How about a round of beers instead? Oh, you're giving up in favor of a normal drink? That's how we did it in the old days too. What about you, Link? You can have a beer, but something's gotta handle this bucket brew. Bucket brew me, baby. Bucket brew me, baby. Oh, you're an adventurous one. That's the spirit. Nice. I got bucket brewed, baby. Taste awful. Nice. What's up, Nick82? Good to see you. Your days are all mixed up today. Happy Saturday. My, look at all those people down there. We've got a full house. I wonder which of them would make the best sorcerer. Sorcerers? That's a fairy tale, Juniper. Of course, but Tarathea, we proposed starting a pirate crew last week. Work with me here. Fair enough. Let's see now. Island's read a lot of old books about the witch queens, but I'd say that's where his interest ends. March has a knack for creating things, but he's a bit rigid otherwise. Josephine gives me pause. She has a way of moving through the world. What about Valen? I won't even dignify that with a response. Link, speak up. Your thoughts are wanted, and no picking yourself. Celine, the way her flowers bloom is magical. I can see it. She has a curious mind and an eye for herbs, which are two of the basic tenets of potion making. But I frankly don't think she could pull off the wardrobe. Bet she could. Cute. I have experience with jungle juice. You should not drink that. We used to do gin bucket, but that's very different than jungle juice. Jungle juice. Ooh, ooh. That was fun. That was a fun little Friday night there. Drop this stuff off, drop this stuff off, drop this off, and drop this off. Where are we putting our food in here? Dude, we do so much hoarding in this game. It's just as bad as Stardew. It's just as bad as Stardew how much hoarding we do in this game. A coup from Samurai Jack. A coup. All right. Off to the 27th Saturday. Saturday market's here, but we don't really need it. We're going to ignore it and go to the mines, dude. It's cute as a little houses. I'd love for an update for us to change the style of the exterior. I want a vampire castle. I agree with that. So you can get a house upgrade in this game, right? But you just can't change the look of it. I think that's how it works. All right, we got 5,000 bucks. We're waiting for the next season, but we have enough money that we could go buy another cow, which I think is what we're going to do. Oops. I accidentally left my animals out again. Hey, I've been pretty good about not leaving my animals out today, though. Like, to be fair, I've been pretty good. I just so happened to fail last night. They still hate you? They do still hate me, unfortunately. All right, let's go buy a new cow that can also hate me. Carpenter sells scrolls, otherwise not many options. All right, let's grab this small animal seesaw, the large animal ball court. Oh, for sure. That's a lot of money. Wait a second. Let's just get this. And then let's get a cow. We'll get a black cow. We'll get a bull this time. Pudding is the name. Pudding is the game. But we're going to go with Arctic bonobos. Since they were my most recent sub. Thanks, dude. All right, let's go. Save the rest of our money for crops. We could have probably spent all 4K on the farm, but I'm trying to do a little bit less farming this playthrough so that I don't spend the whole playthrough literally just farming, right? Because we did that last time and it was fun. And we'll do it again in the future because I'm obsessed. But I think for today, and for this playthrough specifically, I would prefer to actually kind of experience some of the other game. All right, nice. Here's the seesaw for the small animals. We'll put it right here. Hopefully they can get on it here. Let's put it like right here. Perfect. Seesaw it up. Seesaw it up. All right, nice. And I think we just go mining. So let's go grab some food. Boom, boom. Any other food in here? Boom. All right, to the mines we go. The cow's cute for sure. Oh, we could let the other cow out. Hope you're feeling good today, Geeky Ray, Mellophone Babe, Jita Chan, Zom Bunnies. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you back in here, Lily. That's my favorite part of this game, giving the animals toys. Like, why doesn't every farming game have that? You know, that's why we love the evolution of the farming sim genre. Maybe every farming game will have toys from here on out. Maybe. Waiting for a new car to be delivered. Alright, not yet. Oh, let's go ahead and grab this. No, wait, we're saving our points because we want to get something else from the farming tree. Not even from the blacksmith tree, really. All right, let's try to get some progression going. And then we'll go farm up a little bit more copper. Because I think we still need more. Shredded. Do-do. Hey, yo. Can we get a staircase? No, never. You're never allowed to get out of here, Hylian. How dare you ask for that? There we go. Shredded. Man, I say it every time. I'm gonna keep saying it, dude. When you're fighting stuff in this game, it feels so good. Destroying enemies feels very punchy. You suck. All right. For those of you that are rolling in here a little bit later into the morning, what are you getting into today, chat room? What's the vibe check today? What, 4? Really? I might need a new sword upgrade. Cozy went on a farm adventure, a zoo adventure this morning. That sounds nice. That sounds absolutely delightful. Feels like Zelda. Yeah, I agree, Zombunnies, yeah. It's got that vibe for sure. It's so nice. Feels like there's weight to the combat. It's like one of the ways I would word it. Feels like there's weight. There's weight to it, you know? The way you swing your sword, you have to wait for attack patterns. Yeah, it's just cool. Just enough depth to really make it feel unique. Grab that. Jake, drink that drink. Okay, looks like we're not picking up wood here. All right. Did we find a way out of here yet? I don't think we did. Nope. Okay. Saturday cleaning house vibes. I feel that. I did that recently. I have a little bit more cleaning to do. I have to go to the store and get some more garbage bags. I finally ran out of garbage bags. So I have to go grab some Drano and some garbage bags. So I'll probably do that this afternoon. And then I'm going to come back later for a night stream today. And I think we'll play some Zelda or something later today. Whatever I feel like playing. Oh, you can give food to the mimic? Really? No way. What happens if you give the mimic food? How interesting. Ooh, secrets. Nice. We got a new bug. Puddle spider. Shredded. Boom. I kind of want that monster horn. Let's drink the last of our food. Nice. You want to start Core Keeper? Nice, dude. Core Keeper's dope. You get extra items. No way. The mimics have their own special interaction? How cool is that, dude? Ooh, nice. Part of me wants to do a new Bandotale file. Dude, I never got a chance to get back to Bandotale. That's so crazy that you're just randomly, nonchalantly mentioning that. Like, what? What the heck? I never got a chance to finish that game. That's so sad. I don't know what this is. Do I want this? I don't think I want this. Sea grapes? Got any grapes? I see grapes and I eat them. Oh, talk about sea grapes. I see them and I eat them. You can throw any useless item at a mimic, not just food. Ooh, now we're cooking, because I rarely have food on me. Hey. Hey, stop that. Freaking mushroom beating me up. Ooh, what's this? A statue with an altar. Make an offering. Place 3 coral. Oh, I don't have that, girl. However, I need this bug. I need this mantis. I 100% need this mantis. It's for the coral mantis, I think, is one of the bugs you need for the end of this cave. When you have to put 4 offerings up. I'm pretty sure. Perfect iron ore, nice. All right, we're close to getting a new layer. Can we get a new layer here? Oh, bats are coming. Ow! These bats are hunting me down, dude. Dang, I need that bag upgrade stat. 2,000 bucks. Should have bought the bag upgrade and not the cow. I wasn't thinking. What a bad move on my part. What is that? It's a plushie. Dang it, it's a little plushie guy. I don't have any room. We're taking the plushie home. It's a hat. It's not a plushie, it's a hat. Oh, you have to use it as a cosmetic. I forgot. Yeah, nice. Sick. Nice, we'll take that as well. We need to find one more staircase. Bingo. Bingo. All right, we're out of here. Let's go. Yeah, I love how the cosmetic... Yeah, same here. The cosmetics are dealt with really well in this game. They're dealt with really, really well in this game. I usually throw things, yeah. Yeah, usually I do that. High line, yeah, I'm hip. I'm hip. Yeah, I put probably, what, 30 to 50 hours into this game. For those that might have missed my first playthrough, let's go take a look. Yeah, I have 66 hours in this game, and I've only been playing this playthrough for about 15. So I put about a solid 50 hours into this game on its release. So I'm pretty hip to most of its systems and stuff. Anything that showed up from the first 3 major updates, that's the kind of stuff that I'm not hip to. For example, like the Mimic chest. That Mimic chest wasn't in the game when I played, so I'm not really sure how that works, right? But when it comes to most of the gameplay, I'm pretty hip to this game. I liked it a lot when I played it, so I actually paid attention while playing it and learned a good amount about it. All right, this has to go here. And we'll put this in here as well. All right, we didn't forget to put our animals inside. We did, however, forget to water our fields. I don't think it matters if I water these. I mean, I guess it does because we just got a free seed, so yeah, I guess that's actually nice. Oh, didn't I move all seeds out of here? Yeah, we did. Let's put all these in here. And then I guess we're just selling this stuff. Nice, we need some extra cash, so I'll take it. Because I'm trying to buy this bag upgrade. But I unfortunately have to save my money for the fall crops. Money must be saved for the fall crop-a-doos. All right, we'll take dairy products out of here. I just want this to be nothing but pure forageables. And then we'll figure out everything else. Doo-doo. Be-bo-bo-bo-bo. Yeah, what's up, Probably Maybeck? Good to see you. Brown Coats is in the house. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Appreciate y'all hanging out on YouTube today as well. Thank you. One step closer to that town rank. The final day of summer. The Shooting Star Festival. Say what? That's a thing? Is that the only festival of this month? It is. I mean, we gotta participate in this. We gotta do the thing, you know? All right, I'm gonna stand up and stretch and tinkle. I'll be right back. All right, chat room? Appreciate your patience here. Let's jump over here. And I'll be back in just a moment. Appreciate your patience. We'll put on some other jams here. What am I listening to this morning? Zelda stuff. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. How we feeling today, chat room? Sounds like some decent plans for this weekend, though. I don't know what I'll be getting into. Like I said, I'll come back tonight, I think, play some Zelda. Relax. I'm pretty low energy today. I'm just gonna chill out, drink some tea. My voice is a little raspy, which is why I'm trying to avoid any voice acting today. Get myself a nice cup of hot tea with some honey. That'll be nice. Then other than hang out with y'all, we'll be doing some more Mistria tomorrow as well. I don't know. A little bit of cleaning, probably. Get out of the house because it's perfect weather. Today and tomorrow are kind of the last 2 days that are under 80s. And then Monday we go back to 80 degrees plus, and it's like, dang, it's such a nice little trip, you know? Such a nice little trip away from the heat, man. Yeah, it's brutal. All right, I'm gonna pull a pack real quick, and then we'll dive into... Why does that keep happening? Figure it out, neighbors. What the hell, man? That's the second time today that they let their car alarm go off. Like, will you stop letting your kid touch your keys? Little rat children? No, I'm just kidding. That was loud. Yeah, dude, that's happened to me 2 times today. And it's right outside my freaking window, which is why y'all are actually hearing it. And like the only way I could avoid you hearing that is if I wasn't talking when that alarm went off. Sheesh, dude. They better figure that issue out. To be fair, though, I don't really have many of those problems streaming in this house, so... Freaking jump scare, though. BF pulled a second removed art ho-oh. I'm jealous. Nice. Trading a regular quality card is 0 Stardust. It cost me 0 Stardust to trade just like a basic regular card. I think that's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, me too. I love that. I'm glad that they're not charging me too much. I don't have a pack to pull, unfortunately. I have to do a couple more battles, but I'll just quickly check my wonder picks. Boom, boom, bam, 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 bam. Appreciate the follows coming in. Thank you, dude. Good morning. We're just hanging out on a Saturday, chilling. Appreciate everyone's patience. We'll get back to some gameplay. What's up, Pessimosaurus? Wandering around shops aimlessly, exactly how I wanted a weekend to go. What's up, Simcetera? That sounds like potentially some sarcasm. Am I catching hints of sarcasm here? That baby's getting it. Oh, here it is. Good morning, Link. I was just on my way over to tell you about tonight's Shooting Star Festival. Okay. It's a Mistrian tradition going back centuries, you know. The villagers gather around town with family and friends every year to watch the meteor shower that marks the end of summer. Better yet, viewing them with a romantic partner on the summit makes an ideal date. Stop hitting on me, old lady. It's said that doing so will link your destinies. So like the stars themselves. What do you think, Link? Is there someone special you want to watch the stars with? Stop winking at me. I'd much prefer watch them alone. Of course, there's no pressure to choose a date if you're not interested. Forget I mentioned it. You can enjoy the evening however you see fit. All right, we have to go to the summit at 8 p.m. onward. She thirsty? Yeah, she a golden girl. Thirsting over here. She's quite a sassy lady. Wait, what's this? A beaded brooch that resembling the stars, traditionally used to invite another to Mistria's Shooting Star Festival. Really? Surely I'm too early in the game for that, though, maybe? I don't really have many relationships figured out. Yeah, I barely have a heart with anybody. Let's go try to give it to Celine. Tonight is the Shooting Star Festival. Since you're new to town, I thought you might not know how to make the traditional decorations yet. You didn't necessarily need them in order to celebrate, but I think every Mistrian should have them. Oh, nice thing. Could you meet Adeline and me at the beach? The general store getting spruced up got me thinking that there's plenty of other places in Mistria that could use a shine to them. So that's the next story quest. Yeah, too soon, you think? You need at least 2 or 4 hearts with somebody? Dang. Well, screw this town. Dun, dun, dun. This is just a flower dance festival all over again. And I just got over that PTSD. We're just flower dancing again. Tried on 2 and it didn't work. Unbelievable. This trash out of here. All right, I got some food for you, little buttums. Open up. Open up. Give me your shiny bead poops. Little cutie. Do. Sounds too much like real life. No one accepting my star brooch. I managed to successfully ask 2 girls to dance in my life ever in high school and in middle school and in elementary school. 2 ever. That was it. One was I asked them to dance at the 6th grade dance. We didn't go together, but I asked them to dance and they said yes. And then the one time I've told the story, it was for homecoming. And I invited this girl and she said yes. And I was like, I straight up just like was so used to rejection at that point. And like, this isn't a woe story. Like, I'm fine. It's like, but I was so used to being rejected at the point that like, I didn't really think they would say yes. Is that like fair? I just kind of asked because I felt like I should like shoot my shot. And dang it, I didn't want to do this cutscene yet. I forgot to not come down here. I was trying to save this. Hey, Link. All right, let's do this real quick. Beautiful out here, isn't it? There's a lot to love here in Mistria, but I personally think nothing beats our beach. Oh, you picked the perfect spot to build a house. Funny thing though, it's even nicer on the little island to the west of here. I remember, before the earthquake destroyed the bridge, it was a great spot for fishing and foraging. Also, it's really pretty. I sometimes take my boat past there and it still has all those things. So I thought, why not share it again with the rest of the town? What do you think? More beach sounds like a win to me. Me too. I'll set out a donation box. 300 wood, 150 stone, and 50 fiber, and $1,000 should cover it. I'll work with Reese on some blueprints. Do 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 do. I never went to a single dance when I was in school. I don't regret it. Yeah, I only went to like 2. I'm right there with you. But yeah, the second time I asked a girl to the dance, I wasn't expecting her to say yes, and she did. And then I went to the dance, and apparently, and this is all a blur to me, but apparently I just ignored her the whole night. And like, I think back and I remember the night, and I remember not being sure what to do because I didn't even think she wanted to be there with me. But I was all up in my head apparently, and I found this all out later because she started dating one of my friends, and then it all came out into the open. But apparently I just, from her point of view, I invited her to the dance. I took her, like we met at the dance. We walked in together, and then apparently I was like, yo, I'm gonna go talk to my buddies. And I just never went back and talked to her again. Power move. And it was brutal because like, I was just super awkward. Like, you don't understand. Like, I just didn't know what to do. I'm like, at this dance, I'm uncomfortable in my own skin. You know, she was like with her friends. Like, I didn't want to walk up to her and her friends and like talk to her there. Like at that point, I wanted her to be on my turf. So maybe I was like waiting for her to come talk to me. Like, I don't know what was happening. It was super weird, dude. All I know is that for me, I didn't know any of this even happened. I just went to the dance and like tried to avoid feeling awkward. And then I found out later from like I said, my buddy, he was like, yeah, so she said you just abandoned her. And I was like, wait, what? She said that? And he's like, yeah, she was pissed. She said you never even gave her a kiss or anything. Like, you just like dipped on her, and you asked her out, and she was so confused. And I was just like, oh, oops. It was super funny. I'm still embarrassed about it to this day because I had no clue. I was just so all up in my head, man. Overthinkers unite, dude. Yo, what's up, Farrell's Barkley? I was just so up in my head. I genuinely remember how I felt. It was all a blur, but I remember just being like, there's absolutely no way. Like, I remember just thinking so negatively about the whole thing. Like, it was just funny. All right, let's grab this. Let's grab this, and let's grab this. Let's get all the blacksmithing stuff. I think that's going to be important. Being a kid's tough. Yeah, yeah. Being an idiot kid is even tougher. All right, let's go do some crafting. Get ourselves some new tools. Some iron tools would be nice. Doo-doo-doo-doo. So that is all to say that I will not be asking anybody to this freaking festival. I've been scarred for life. Hey, the morale mushroom finally shows up a day before fall when they probably naturally start showing up. I bet you I buy this for 100 gold and they start naturally showing up on the ground literally tomorrow in game. I would bet money on that. Like, what the heck, dude? It finally shows up. It only ever showed up one other time And I donated it to the museum. What is this, for a quest? Who wants this mushroom? So I can spend $100 to get 75 back. Sure. It's really not a bad deal. And then I get some renown and stuff. Oh, so they're a spring crop. Oh, it's a spring forage. Well, I'm glad that I bought it because I wasn't sure. I'm super happy I bought it then, yeah. Because I thought it was gonna be a fall thing. Hey, I can finally turn this quest in I've had since the beginning of the game. How nice is that? Ooh, some sesame. I have extra sesame. I kind of just want to buy this bag upgrade so bad. I'm just trying to wait until I do crops tomorrow. All right, here we go. Give me that iron, baby. Exactly 45 pieces. Level 23 blacksmithing. All right, let's upgrade our sword first. 40 minutes. All right, we got the watering can, we got the sword. Let's get the hoe. We need an ironclad hoe. For sure. Only the toughest hoes are welcome here. We could use some armor, technically. We're still using a regular sash. Yo, get out of my way, March. I'm trying to... Ah. All right, let me get the pickaxe. Nice. Sword upgrade, pickaxe upgrade. Did I get any bonuses? Did I get lucky enough to get any special traits? No. All right. Guess we'll just head back to the house, drop this stuff off, and then rotate back up to the summit and go do this special event alone and afraid. Springtime hunting for morale mushrooms. I don't know, man. I see mushroom and I just think fall. So I made quite a bold an assumption there, and I was wrong, I admit. I'll get you next time, Gadget. All right, I guess we should probably turn our animals in early. Considering, you know, I'll forget otherwise. All right, let's go to the summit. The only mushrooms I ever went hunting for in real life was the chicken of the forest. What is that stuff called? The chicken of the forest. I went hunting for that stuff once. And like, we took it home and we made a dish with it. It was good. Yeah, the hen of the woods. Otherwise, I'm honestly way too afraid to do any kind of wild eating. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm way too afraid. Got me messed up. I'm not eating any berries off a bush or a tree. I'm not eating mushrooms off the ground. I'm just not. I can't. I just don't trust. I don't care how much knowledge you have. You could point at it and tell me that is an edible berry. I'm still gonna question it. I just don't know, man. I'm too locked into the industrial age. I'm not going hunting and gathering in bushes, all right? I go to the grocery store to do my hunting and gathering. My equivalent to killing my game is my wallet opening and purchasing a package of chicken. You know what like I'm not like I'm not about that life, dude. I don't have the confidence that I can go out there and hunt down fruits and vegetables. Like, I don't know, man. And if I die, I die. Wow. Ooh. Ah. So while some of you might be thinking about Stardew Valley right here, you should know that Harvest Moon, all the way back on the Super Nintendo, had a summit with an exact scene just like this one, except for not the Star Festival. Super Nintendo, PlayStation, Game Boy Advanced. There was a group of Harvest Moon games that were actually very similar to one another, and they were almost set in the same universe. And it was Friends of Mineral Town, it was Super Nintendo, N64, PlayStation. All of these were like very similar games, and they were Harvest Moon games, and I'm pretty sure every single one of them, if not maybe just most of them, had a summit just like this that you could go to. Even in Friends of Mineral Town, you could build a house on the summit. One of the like end game goals of Friends of Mineral Town is, if I remember correctly, you can build a house and live on the summit. It's like a mountain house, but it costs like a ton of cash. It's like end game cash. So I just bring this up because, again, as a nice like callback to the earlier conversations we had about, you know, oh, this game looks like Stardew. It's like, yeah, you know, but like it's nothing like it. And these games have been building on top of each other for 30 years. So like even this right here, this whole concept, this scene, I'm sure most people, the first thing they're thinking is Stardew Valley and the summit, whether it's the end of the game or cutscenes. But I'm over here thinking even further back. I'm thinking Super Nintendo, 64, Game Boy Advance. This exact scenario was in those games. So it just goes to show you that we've always been building on top of these genres. These games have always been building on top of each other. It doesn't matter what company it is, what game it is. That's just how this goes, dude. So Fields of Mistria, sure, they're inspired in taking from Stardew, but Stardew was inspired in taking from this game. And then that game was taking from this game. And it's just been a snowball for all of history of gaming, you know? It's like Spyro the Dragon was the answer to Mario. Literally, they wanted a mascot like Mario. Sonic was an answer to Mario. Sonic the Hedgehog was just Mario, but cooler and edgier. But in all reality, they were the same games. They were platformers, but they functioned completely differently. You know, and you had the blue hedgehog, and then you go from there. It just keeps snowballing, right? Spyro the Dragon was the answer to Mario 64. There's actually documentaries out there when they wanted a character to be the front line of PlayStation, so that Spyro was that character. You know what I mean? Like it's interesting. It's like we're always innovating on top of each other. This has been happening forever, you know? Yo, thank you, Banana Universe. You did have it twice. Yeah, Twitch is weird. Sometimes you get to double up. That's happened to me before. Wasn't the PlayStation mascot Crash Bandicoot? I think it was like a blend of them. Yeah. Crash Bandicoot was definitely one of them. But if I remember correctly, and maybe I am mistaking Crash. Now that you mention it, I could be mistaken. But I believe I saw a documentary talking about the concept of of Spyro the Dragon. And when Spyro was first coming into concept, he was coming into concept to be one of like a mascot to compete alongside. And again, I might be thinking of Crash. Maybe it was Crash first before Spyro. Speaking of, which one came first? The chicken or the egg? Which one came first, the Spyro or the Crash? I'm very curious. Crash Bandicoot debut release date. It was Crash, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Crash. Yeah, I think Crash was first. So I think my memory, I'm thinking of Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot was being designed to be like the Mario of Sony. Yeah. And then I think Spyro was also designed with that in mind. Like, how can we create a character that will sell consoles? But I believe you're right. I think Crash was first. Yeah, 1996. Wow. 1996. Wow. When did Spyro come about? Spyro the Dragon release date. 1998, 2 years later. How about that? How about that? Yeah. Either way, but it's really cool though, right? It's really interesting to think about how gaming has evolved, and it was evolved through like necessity and like trying to match competitors, you know? I love that. I love the idea of how I got to sit back and watch gaming evolve, and I got to see all this stuff in motion, and how every once in a while you got a game that was unlike everything else and nobody else had anything like it, and then you would see clones pop up around it. Like Twisted Metal was one of the most unique games ever made. I don't think there was anything like it beforehand, and if there was, it certainly wasn't popular. Right? Mario 64 was like the first of its kind for 3D platforming. And it's so interesting. Some games will always be the inspiration for other games. Like Stardew Valley technically was that. Like Stardew Valley is the inspiration for the next generation of games. Even though it was inspired by Harvest Moon. Whereas like back in the day, Harvest Moon was like the beginning of the farming sims. And that was like, at the time, it was a unique experience that nobody had ever seen before. You know what I mean? And like, it's really cool how you're always going to have like the pillar games that everything kind of expands out from. Think about like Halo. Nothing was like Halo when Halo came out. Nothing in existence was like Halo when Halo came out. And like that's like a game that's timeless because of that. Like it's insane. Sometimes you see these games come out and it's just like, wow, like this is crazy. Like think about the games that started Metroidvanias. Like sure, there might have been other games that were like similar to Metroidvanias, but Metroid was the first one to like set itself apart from everything else on the market. And then you have like Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Then all of a sudden it was like, wait, this is what a Metroidvania should be. You know, and then all of a sudden you had the next then Super Metroid, Super Metroid. Then you had Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Then you got into the Game Boy Advance era, and like you build. Go back to like Shining Force and Fire Emblem, these games that started grid-based strategy way back in the day. Then the breakout successes that felt different. It's just so cool. It's cool to look back and say like, draw the line of like, where did it all start? If we can even see that, like in my own lifetime, because a lot of games started back on the DOS and stuff. Like, for example, the term roguelike is not, you've all heard the term roguelike. Did you know that the term roguelike is referring to a video game? How many people here knew that? The term roguelike is referring to a video game called Rogue. All the way back from 1980. This game started it all. Technically Hades. Technically faster than light FTL. Think about that. 1980 started the genre of Rogue, and all games that were Rogue based have derived from this in some way, shape, or form. And then eventually they iterated on top of it and said, okay, well, Now we have better technology. Can we take this concept and make it even cooler? Think about it. Like, but it all started with this game. So, so there's like this conversation of inspiration, this game's just copying that game. It's like, what do you mean? Every single Rogue game is technically copying this. And if you don't want to be, technical about it, because like, to be fair, this game was like an MS-DOS looking game or something. It wasn't like, so then instead you would say, well, then what was the first like breakout Rogue game? What was the first Rogue style game that like ascended the heavens as far as popularity? Because then that's probably the pillar game that they all have come from. So like a good example of this would be like Hades in the modern era. Hades has become a pillar. And think about how many games have tried to be Hades since Hades came out. Really, if anybody's in the know, hundreds of indie games have come out attempting to do what Hades has done. Same thing with Stardew. So even though they might not be the first Rogue or the first farming sim, they still have managed to create such a unique experience that they have become one of the pillars that are going to be copied after years and years and years. People are going to be trying to recreate those games. So it's really, really cool. And I think every generation of gaming has like different pillar games that stand out. And then Elden Ring, boom. Elden Ring was far from the first FromSoft game, but I promise you it's the FromSoft game that everyone's going to try to copy for the next decade. They're not trying to copy Dark Souls 1. They're not trying to copy Dark Souls 2. They're not trying to copy those games. Why not? Well, those games were great. Those were the beginning of that genre, the Dark Souls genre. But they're copying Elden Ring because Elden Ring's the pillar. That's the one that broke out so insanely that now all games around that, they're all going to try to be Elden Ring. They're all going to try to recreate that experience. So I bet you if we sat down and looked at the top 50 games that have come out the past 2 years, I bet you 20 of them, we could sit down and go, so how is this not just Dark Souls? Right? The same way that like you could say that about Fields of Mistria and Stardew. I bet you I could sit down and pull up a list of 20 games that have come out, 30 games that have come out and maybe even found some success. And I could say, how is this not just Elden Ring? What is this? But I bet you the game is very different from Elden Ring. I bet you it plays very different. I bet you it has different systems and stats and different, graphics. And so it takes actually diving in and playing it to see the differences and what makes it set apart from the rest. But at a first glance, you just say, okay, well, this is just Call of Duty again. And it's like, is it though? You know what I mean? So it's kind of fun, man. It's cool. It's cool to call back to that conversation from earlier as well. I tried my first game of that genre last week. It's kind of fun. Yeah. I hear good things. Rogue was my very first PC game and I was completely addicted. That's crazy. I never played Rogue myself. What a great explanation. Yeah, thanks, dude. Yeah, I have fun chatting about games. So it was just such a fun topic that was brought up earlier. And it really got my brain juicing on this idea of like how we perceive video games and how like I almost want to say 99% of video games we play are derived from another video game. And then there's the occasional 1%ers that just show up and they're completely different than anything we've ever played. And it's just like, oh, wow, that's amazing, right? That doesn't happen too often, though. Usually games are like samey to some extent. Now I want to play Rogue Galaxy, which has nothing to do with Rogue or Roguelites. But anyways, I'm out of here. I'll be back in a couple hours. I'm gonna take it light today. I'm feeling pretty off today, chat room. Appreciate everyone coming and hanging out. I'm gonna duck out. I'll be back in a couple hours for some Zelda tonight. I'm gonna go chill out and go take care of some stuff around the house. Appreciate everyone coming and jamming. Good discussions today. That was fun. Fun show. Fun show. Got some good Fields of Mistria in. And we just started fall year one. Fall day one, year one, which is the perfect ending point there. So we'll be back tomorrow for more Fields of Mistria, and we'll sink our teeth into fall. I'll probably be around for a bit longer tomorrow, so if you're looking for more of this game. You can also find more of my content over on YouTube, as well as here on Twitch. You'll find my past 60 days of shows, which includes all these episodes, because we just started last week. And you'll find my original playthrough on YouTube at some time in the future, if you'd like to see my first run through Fields of Mistria. So check it out and hit a subscription on YouTube if you are interested. On that note, though, I'm definitely out of here. Appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. And yeah, I'll see y'all in a couple hours. I think I'm going to come by and play some Zelda tonight. And, that'll be around 5 p.m. Eastern. So I'm going to go chill out until then. So come say hello if you're around Twitch. If you're new out there, hopefully you enjoyed my commentary today. And hopefully you enjoyed my broadcast. And hit that follow. Hopefully we can see you again here soon. And I appreciate y'all being here, as always. On that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. Again, if I don't see y'all here tomorrow for the Sunday show, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up. And on to the next episode. Peace. All right. If you're new here, I stream pretty much every day at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is 2 p.m. Central European for the overseas family, sometime around 9-10 p.m. for the Aussies. I'll be around again here real soon. I appreciate all my supporters coming in today, as always. Bits, subs, donations, YouTube members, Discord members, followers, chatters, lurkers, those who kept me company throughout the stream today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Couldn't do this without y'all, and forever indebted to this community. Hope you have a great rest of your Saturday, and if I don't see you later, I mean that double time. Have a great rest of your Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. Get out there and pursue that genuine happiness, baby. And I look forward to seeing y'all here again real soon. Quick shout outs here. We got Toon in the house, MS Word Expert, Cozy, Ham Labs, Spicy Sin Bun, The Real Supernova, Planet Kitties, Mike 84, Trips 14, Morg So, Aelith Zana, Banana Universe, Dazabound, Zane, Gamer Lady, Willow Bean, 10 Lobster, Watsy Girl, Pie Lime. Anybody else I missed out there, y'all? Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Peace. Hit them cat jams, baby. Peace.